A very good morning if you're just joining us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. Royal London Cup match between Somerset and Nottinghamshire. A reminder that Nottinghamshire have elected to bowl first. I have confirmation of the two teams, starting with our visitors from Nottinghamshire. Number 26, Ben Slater. Number 1, Sol Budinger. Number 99, Captain Hasib Hamid. Number 14, Matt Montgomery. Number 45, Lyndon James. Number 22, Liam Patterson-White. Number 89, wicketkeeper Dane Schartendorf. Number 16, Brett Hutton. Number 32, Zach Chappell. Number 98, Fatih Singh. And number 2, Dane Patterson. And confirmation of your Somerset starting 11. Number 11, wicketkeeper Steve Davies. Number 77, Matt Renshaw. Number 14, George Bartlett. Number 25, James Hildreth. Number 44, Lewis Goldsworthy. Number 55, James Rue. Number 54, Captain Ben Green. Number 5, Casey Aldridge. Number 64, Peter Siddle. Number 16, Sonny Baker. And number 70, Jack Brooks. Scorecards are available. The teams are as per the scorecard. Our umpires today are Chris Watts and Suri Shanmugan. Our match referee is Simon Hinks. A warm welcome to our scorers for today's game, Holly Rhodes and Anne Cusworth. Somerset County Cricket Club would like to thank Rotec, who are our official Royal London One Day Cup partner. Rotec are one of the leading specialist providers of hydraulic, pneumatic and electronic components and systems to the public and private sectors. We are also pleased to be working in partnership with our ground naming rights partner Cooper Associates again in 2022. Cooper Associates are award-winning mortgage advisors and financial consultants with their head office based in St James's Street, Taunton. With a little over 10 minutes until the start to play, a reminder that the Somerset Cricket Museum will be open today until the start of play and during the interval between innings. It houses displays about cricket in general and Somerset cricket in particular. There will also be a sale of books in the museum office during the same hours. There are literally hundreds of books for sale, including wisdoms and yearbooks.
Good morning, welcome to Taunton under clear blue skies this morning, which is exciting for the start of Somerset's one-day cup campaign. They won it in 2019. Glamorgan won it back in 2021 after skipping a year for COVID, and so Somerset hoping to get their hands back on the trophy. It all starts here in Taunton today. I'm alongside Pete Trigo, who is going to be excellent knowledge today, because Pete, these are your two most recent teams that you played for. In fact, you told me a lovely stat about their trophies, which I'm sure you'll come on to. But Pete, lovely to have you with us today.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, listeners. Hope we're doing well. The sun is shining, a beautiful day. Yeah, it was. I will be perfectly impartial today. As many of you will know, I finished my career at Nottinghamshire and captained the Royal London series last season. So yeah, very familiar with a lot of their players. So I mean, I suppose it will be a test of how good a captain I was if I know what the bowlers do and how the batters play and all that kind of stuff. But you know, it's two very strong teams. You know, it's very well reported that a lot of the star players from most of the counties are missing during this series, but these two teams are flooded with very high quality cricketers, so I'm expecting a really exciting 100 overs of cricket today.
Should certainly be that. And so back to the 50 over setup as well. Pete, when you were playing 50 over cricket, what was different about it? How did it compare? Well, let's do it because it's kind of a mix of both, isn't it? Halfway between the longer form and the shortest form. So what did you like about it? What worked well for you in a 50 over?
Well, it's one of my favourite formats, actually. I think in some ways, as a top order batter, I used to really like, you know, playing 50 over cricket, because you felt like you had enough time to get into an innings as a batter as well. You know, T20 it's pretty gung ho, whereas, you know, batting 50 overs, you know, 300 balls on offer, you know, you can really build an innings and look to sort of, you know, make 100 rather than smash 100, which is what you'd probably try and do in T20 cricket. So yeah, always really enjoyed the format, and towards the latter part of my career it was probably the one that I had the most success in as a batsman. So yeah, fond memories. You have that power play period that you know that, you know, once those first 2 or 3 overs of the new ball are seen off, you can be quite explosive towards the back end of that first power play, especially here at a ground like Taunton, which is going to be a high scoring ground. But then once the field spreads, you get that opportunity to knock the ball around, really find your feet, and then, you know, one of the key stats is one of the top 4 batting into the 45th, 46th, and hopefully towards the end of the game. If you've got batters in on a fast pitch, high scoring ground, you can really make hay towards the back end. So I think there was a bit more strategy as a batter, which is what I quite enjoyed.
And as a bowling unit as well, you've got a lot more overs per bowler to play with than in a T20 as well. So obviously you as an all-rounder, tell us how do you sort of pace yourself? How do you go about a spell or a couple of spells maybe in a 50-over game?
Well, you've got the opportunity, I think, as an opening bowler, first and foremost. You won't see the token over of spin, I don't think, in this format. You'll try and strike with seam bowlers. So there's an element of 4-day championship cricket style of bowling. You'll be trying to swing the ball, hit the top of off, hit the pads. There'll be slips in place. So I think it will have a more sort of a testing feel in some ways for the first 4 overs in particular. And then I think you just got to react from how the scoreboard's ticking over at the time. If you take wickets, you put an extra slip in, and it's not uncommon to see a bowler bowl his 10 straight through if he's got it going well. I mean, I open the bowling an awful lot in 50-over cricket and would often get 7, 8, 9 of my overs out the way, if not all of them, because if you're bowling well and you're going at under 4 and over, why would you change it? So it's definitely more tactical in some ways as a captain than T20 cricket that can be a bit frenetic at times.
Well, it's a fantastic format, and it's a format which Somerset have got some great success in over the years. Let's get ready for this one-day cup campaign now.
Somerset have broken the duck.
And that is it.
Down the wicket. And out! He's caught him! Bowled in. Off stump this time.
It's another opportunity, would you believe it?
Green again to Kay. This time he nails the full shot all the way for 6 into his right. And he's bowled him.
Then the 6th. I love saying that in Oxford.
I was going to say. Oh, got him. Aldridge around the wicket.
Oh, what a lovely shot that is. Again, floated up a little bit too much by Tom Aldridge.
Oh, he's got to go, yeah.
Stingy grab his
Comes in. Oh, what a shot. Again, just smeared over deep.
Full one, Yorker. Beautiful stuff there, Sonny Baker. He has picked up another wicket.
As we've seen there, and as we've just enjoyed, plenty of history in this 50-over cup from Viv Richards to Tom Abel. And now we're awaiting our opening batsmen of the day, Steve Davis and Matt Renshaw. Very, very exciting opening pair. Lots of quality. And as I said before, expecting a very, very classy 100 overs of cricket today here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Absolutely. Just quickly run through the Nottinghamshire team, Pete, with us. So Slater, someone we know a bit more about, that's Asiba Mead captaining as well. Who are you particularly looking out for as, with your experience with the club?
Well, in my time at the club, I know Sol Budinger is a name that you wouldn't necessarily recognise. Young Australian batsman, looks a lot like Cam Smith, the golfer. He's got the old mullet and the tash, but very, very destructive opening batsman. Left-handed, hits the ball very hard, very, very dangerous when he gets in. Matthew Montgomery is a quality player over from South Africa. Just a quality player, will be brilliant. I think he will be a brilliant 50-over cricketer. He's got a good cricket brain on him. Lyndon James, who's having a fantastic, real breakthrough season in the Nottinghamshire team. So lots of quality, and in particular, I think if you have a look at the bowling lineup of Nottinghamshire, Brett Hutton, Dane Patterson, Zach Chappell. So they've got some high-quality seaman. Fateh Singh as well, young left-arm spinner who's had some great success with England under-19s. Really, really exciting prospect. So, again, we have 2 really high-quality squads to go at each other today.
Quickly run you through the Somerset 11 then. So as Pete said, Renshaw and Davies opening up. I mean, that's a pretty good opening partnership, isn't it? The quality there, international quality of, both those players. George Bartlett and James Hildreth expected at 3 and 4. Then Lewis Goldsworthy, captain Ben Green, James Rue, who's enjoying a really good start to his career in the first 11. He's been He's been doing it a bit with the team in the County Championship. Casey Aldridge, Peter Siddle, Jack Brooks and Sonny Baker making up that 11. So a decent side, and it'll be Zach Chappell getting the game underway from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, and Matt Renshaw just pushing that one into the leg side. A calm start. So he's his first white ball game for Somerset this season. Yeah,
interesting ploy from Zach Chappell to go round the wicket straight away. It's a bit of a Stuart Broad thing, isn't it? Instant round the wicket. Not quite sure how I feel about that as a bowler. I always like the angle going towards the slips early on in a left-hander's innings. If it comes back, the pads are in play. If it carries on the angle, the slips are in play. But I'm sure Chappie has a reason for doing so, attacking those stumps.
Full that one right in the toes towards Matt Renshaw. Digs it out a bit.
Yeah, two high-quality teams. You know, we talked about Nottinghamshire's bowling lineup. If you have a look at the names on Somerset's list today, it's something to behold, really. Young Sonny Baker, great to see him back from injury. Peter Siddle, Casey Aldridge, which is, you know, I really feel like Casey's a super prospect for Somerset. Height, pace, good quality control, skills with the ball. Interested to see him go later as Jack Chappell runs in again to Matty Renshaw, who gets one a little bit high up on the bat. Looking to play himself in. First impressions of the pitch, Charlie, is, yes, it's another Taunton belter, to be honest. It's got that sort of browned off look to it. Might be a little bit slower, I think, as the innings progresses. It looked like it might have a little bit of grip to it once that lacquer is off that new ball, but I have to say that I'd be licking my lips to bat in the first 10 overs against the new ball here, with it coming on so nicely.
Renshaw yet to score a run. This is a lofted drive. It's going to bounce just inside the rope for 4. Good start. Well, there we go. He's got himself in a little bit, and in the first over now, driving over the infield.
Yeah, quite a shot to get off the mark, really. You know, had a look at the first 3, and the first one that was slightly over pitched by Zach Chappell. Instead of just trying to push out through the covers, he's tried to put it over the Trescothick stand. So real good positive intent shown there by Matty Renshaw. Interesting to see what the comeback will be. I know Zach Chappell can get a little bit hot under the collar. Classic fast bowler syndrome. So I wouldn't be surprised if one of the next few whizzes past the ears of Matt Renshaw. But we will see as he bowls slightly harder into the pitch and gets one to nip back into the middle region of Matt Renshaw.
It took a while. He held the pose a bit there. It does look like he's in a little bit of pain. Take that in the first over. He's got a good 49 left potentially.
Count to 2, then count to 10 when you get one in that area, Charlie.
4 without loss. Zach Chappell's an interesting character. He's just heading to Derbyshire for next season. He's been with Gloucestershire on loan a few times. In fact, this season played a few games for them, so been around and about a bit. Started his career at Leicestershire. Again over the top. There's an attempt here. Will it go beyond the field? And no, well taken. Is it? Yes. He holds the ball up. Renshaw is going to have to go. It's really well taken catch. Followed it in the air a long time. Had a lot of ground to make. In the end, diving in front of him.
Yeah, Dane Patterson has a knack of taking fantastic catches like that down at that fine leg or third man region. You know, it was uncanny how many times he would take catches down there. Matty Renshaw again looking to try and go over cover, gets the thick edge, and it's kind of an unlucky dismissal in fairness to get caught in that area, but such is life. Live and die by the sword, I guess. He's gone aerial and it hasn't quite worked out. Somerset lose their first wicket, 4 for 1.
Can totally understand what Matt Renshaw was trying to do there. Didn't get what he was hoping to do. It was an edge that flew. It really did fly. I thought for my money it was looking like it was going for 6 for a lot of that. But well done, Patterson, right on the boundary edge, keeping it in, having to hold the ball above his head to sort of prove to the umpire that he had taken it cleanly. And Renshaw has to go in the first over. 1 over gone, 4 for 1. And that looks like, could be, is that Lewis Goldsworthy coming out?
Does look like Lewis Goldsworthy, I have to say.
You can normally tell because he's quite a lot shorter than the others, but that's not where it's not where he's in the team sheet. I wonder whether Somerset sort of playing floating a few players around, thinking actually now with the wicket so early, we need someone who's not going to.
Yeah, interesting ploy really. With it being a power play, you still want to have that sort of I mean, in fairness, I think that's the one thing that does stand out. You know, Steve Davis no doubt gets is a very good power play batter, but you wouldn't really look at the Somerset lineup and thinking there's a power hitter in that top order necessarily for. But there are many ways to skin a cat, as we know. A bit of touch, a bit of class. Brett Hutton into Steve Davis. Brett Hutton just bowls a really good line. I suppose for the Somerset fans that are listening, he's a similar sort of bowler to Josh Davey. Bowls, doesn't swing the ball massive, but he has a knack of just getting a little bit of seam movement. Gets a little bit of nip.
It's quietened the crowd down a bit, hasn't it? That wicket very early on in 50 overs. I'll push here for a single. Goldsworthy comes through to take the strike. Davies gets off the mark. 5 for 1 now the score.
It'd be interesting to see what the intentions are from Lewis Goldsworthy. That role of number 3, you normally want to keep the accelerator down with someone that, another clean striker of the ball. Not saying that Lewis Goldsworthy isn't a clean striker of the ball, but you wouldn't say he was a power player, which is what you're kind of used to seeing in the modern game. Be interesting to see what type of innings he's looking to play over the his first 10, 15, 20 balls.
A couple of slips in place. Edgy takes an inside edge. Come through for a single there. Good start.
Very much the modus operandi for Brett Hutton, trying to target those pads. A little bit of subtle nip back in towards Lewis Goldsworthy there. Lucky to get the inside edge on that and pick up a run. He doesn't bowl many loose deliveries, Brett Hutton. He's almost a bit of an old school seamer, just literally hits the postage stamp over and over again. Very much like someone who's celebrating a birthday today. The Demon of Froome, Colin Dredge. Happy birthday, Colin, if you're listening.
Seamless.
I don't know where that come from, to be honest, Charlie. It just popped into my head.
That's very good. Just dug into the pitch a little bit there, wasn't it? Just sort of came up at an awkward height for Davies. Just to get a leg by from it. Let's take another look at the wicket at the end of this over.
Yeah, when I went down to the pitch earlier, I know it looks very brown, very good, but I think there's an element of the pitch that looked like it might grip. As soon as that sort of that glossy covering comes off of the ball, that seems to skid on pretty much no matter what surface you play on. I think once that goes, and it's the sort of pitch I think where the seam will dig in and just be a little bit too paced, something to be watchful for, and actually potentially led to the downfall of Matt Renshaw. Looked like it might have just held up in the surface a little bit.
Yep. Well, that would induce an edge, wouldn't it, if it was just holding up a little bit, maybe just creating that difference for Renshaw. Didn't quite get the shot right.
Yeah, especially when you're swinging as hard as he was swinging.
There's no going back once you've committed to that, is there?
Lovely piece of bowling there from Brett Hutton to close out the over. Somerset 7 for 1 after 2 overs. The only blip so far is the loss of Matt Renshaw that we're seeing right now. Yeah, just a little bit of hold in the pitch there, but Matt Renshaw, the phrase "the kitchen sink" certainly comes into play. He threw absolutely everything at that, and a little bit unfortunate to get caught down at third man. Quite an unusual dismissal, really, but like I said, when you play shots like that, you do run a risk from time to time. Zach Chappell at the top of his mark, looking to start his second over.
He'll be disappointed. One of 2 overseas players here. Wants to make a big impression. Plays a lot of 50 over cricket with the Australia A teams. Chappell's in again, just defended by Davies. So his experience in this format is, that's what Australia are picking him for at the moment in the A side. That's sort of the equivalent to the England Lions. So he knows 50 over cricket well.
Yeah, I think it's a great format for someone who's got that element of explosiveness about his batting, the range of shots, but also someone who's hungry to bat a long period of time, which we've seen from Matt Renshaw. No doubt he'll be disappointed for his day to finish so early, but as we keep seeing, an awful lot of bowling from Matt Renshaw these days as Zach Chappell gets a little bit of movement away from Steve Davis, and the opposite of Matt Renshaw there, a little bit of lack of commitment to that shot and fortunate not to find the edge there.
Yeah, a little bit wafty, wasn't it, from Davies there?
Definitely a bit of grip and movement there from the seam. Zach Chappell bowling a really, really good, challenging area. You always get that 3, 4, 5 over period where you've got to be a bit watchful and play yourself in before you can make hay here at Taunton. Got to earn the right, I think, in 50 over cricket to get through that little period where the bowlers are probably on top. Find your feet, and then, as we know here at Taunton, you know, you get value for shots. You hit the ball square, and you know it's so fast across the square to the boundaries. The pitch is good. I don't think it's the T20 belters that we've seen by my first impressions of the pitch, but if you get yourself in, it's certainly pitch there you'd be eyeing up a big score.
A few early wickets falling in the games. I'll talk you through those in a minute. Chappell's around the wicket again. This one fired through cover for 4 from Steve Davies. It looks good when he gets it like that, doesn't he? Lovely timing.
Yeah, I think that's the one downside, I think, to bowling this particular angle. If you do go outside of the stumps, it's almost a little bit of a free hit for someone of the quality of Steve Davis. If you bowled that same ball, I think from over the wicket where it's got an angle towards the slips, you kind of got a little bit of a chance. I know when Steve Davis was playing for Surrey, I always felt like he had a chance early getting one across him because of how he plays his cover drives. Chappell back in, hits a really good length, hard into the pitch, into the splice of Steve Davis's back. It's well played. Somerset 11 for 1.
Just a quick look around the grounds then. A lot of games going on today. Durham against Surrey. This is at the Riverside in Durham. Alex Lees is out for 4, clean bowled. So the score there 12 for 1. Middlesex against Leicestershire. 9 for no loss, Leicestershire there. Kent 8 for 1 against Glamorgan, the holders, and Yorkshire 9 for no loss in the Roses derby. Just angled there by Steve Davies. I'll come through for a single. That's the end of the over. Another pretty good one from Zach Chappell, asking questions, causing a few problems.
Yeah, he is a quality bowler. You know, you mentioned he's moving to Derbyshire. I think that's one of the challenges for a young fast bowler. He's certainly got that ability, wicket-taking ability. I saw him when I was at Trent Bridge a number of times in the first team bowl some outstanding opening spells with the new ball when Stuart Broad was off with England, and he had his opportunity, so he's certainly got the ability. But you know, I think with the signing of Ollie Stone, as you mentioned off air, I think that would have maybe given him that decision that he needs to find a different squad and get more first team cricket. He's got to that age now where he needs to play a bit more. As Brett Hutton bowls a very rare loose delivery down the leg side. It's called a wide, our first extra of the day.
Glorious day today, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. It's been muggy for the last few days, which has been not pleasant for cycling.
It's
but
a stunning
today,
day.
lovely, slightly coolish breeze.
And it must be said, Charlie, as well. I know it's hot on the press. What a fantastic crowd we have here today.
Yep.
Watching the Royal London, I know it's hotly debated. This time of year, the 100 ball going on. You know, maybe hamstringing the 50 over cricket that we love here in the UK, but certainly not down here in Taunton. A fantastic crowd enjoying the sunshine.
Well, it is obviously school holidays, but it's not holidays from work for most people. You know, it is a Thursday, so good crowd in considering it's a normal working day. Really finding the edge of Davies' bat. Speaking to some of the people here at Somerset, saying they're thinking maybe between sort of 4,000 and 5,000 will be the attendance today, which is really good.
Yeah, I can't remember playing any sort of limited overs games here at Taunton without there being a sizable crowd. It's almost, you know, one of those bucket list things to spend a day at Taunton watching 50 over cricket, dating way back when. You know, I'm sure we saw some of the highlights of when that Started with the legends of the club, you know, back in the 70s, 80s. A day at Taunton, a couple of ciders, bit of sunshine. I don't think it's much better than that, Charlie.
A couple of ciders. Yeah, I mean, couple or more.
Well, it
Got
depends.
beer and cider festival coming up, actually.
Depends on if you fancy the train journey, I suppose, isn't it? Get on the Rattler.
I was on the train today and got off at Taunton, obviously, and found out that Sam Dowling, who'll be on commentary with us later, was also on the same train. We'd be on the same train for about 40 minutes.
Well, was he keeping himself to
Yeah,
himself?
I think he must have seen me get on at Westbury, and you weren't in first class.
Do you know what I reckon it was? He had a packet of Percy Pigs on the go and didn't want to share.
Yeah,
That's what
absolutely. Absolutely. Probably bought those in Paddington, where it won't be cheap. There we go. Mentioned it. Beer and Cider Festival on the 19th. Part of the Sussex game. Should be a good match, that one.
2 p.m. till late. That's ominous, isn't it?
Well, it's hard to say a finish time for these 50 over games because they can go two ways, can't they?
Well,
Just
by
defended.
again there by Brett Hutton again, as spoken about. I think there's. It'd be remiss not to talk about it. You know, I mentioned Zach Chappell round the wicket. Brett Hutton's opting for the more maybe old school approach of creating an angle across Steve Davis, and he's got one to sort of hold its line and nearly got the outside edge, and he's got a couple to nip the other way, bringing the LBW into play. And I personally, being a bit older, yeah, certainly like this tactic to someone like Steve Davis.
Gone. Taken.
And almost right on cue brings the dismissal, and that is what that, you know, it's a subtle change, but that slight sort of 10-15 degree angular delivery just brings in both edges there, and a really high quality piece of bowling. Not much Steve Davis could have done with that. It looks like it straightened, sort of held its line a little bit across Steve Davis, and a smart catch by Matthew Montgomery at first slip.
Yeah, as Pete had been saying that. Not that it had been coming, it wasn't like Davies was edging loads of balls, but you could see that it was a good spell of bowling that from Brett Hutton, and was putting pressure on Davies.
Yeah, you know, pre-analysing and you know, all the footage that was shown, you know, I played a lot against Davos, and, you know, often, you know, like if we can all remember when Alistair Cook went through a slight slump in form, you know, they talked about how he used to edge the ball outside off stump. But it was also his strongest area. Often as a batter, your strongest scoring area is often the way you get out the most. It kind of works that way in cricket, and always a bit of a head scratcher why commentators focus so much on areas where people, you know, score so many of their runs. And I think that's the same for Steve Davis. We know how brilliant he is through the offside, and because I think it looks so attractive when he plays a great cover drives, there's an element of away from the bodiness about it, and I think, like I said, anything that nips away creates a bit of an angle. And I always remember bowling at Davos when he was playing for Surrey, and with the new ball you kind of felt like that was an opportunity just to get the ball sliding across him. Fine player if he got in, no doubt about it, and his record shows, but yeah, like I said, the old way is sometimes the best way.
Well, it worked in that over. So both openers now back in the Andy Caddick Pavilion. So it's Hildreth, the new man, but he's not on strike. It's the end of the over and the beginning of a new one. There's another full ball from Chappell. I think about a single. Might have been there, but they decide not to go for it.
Yeah, Somerset 13 for 2. Massive period here, and I don't think you could have a better, more experienced player to come to the wicket with Lewis Goldsworthy than James Hildreth. Been there, done it, wore the t-shirt, got the trophy. What a fantastic player he's been for the club. I'm sure he's really motivated to have a big series here in the Royal London for Somerset. Be nice to see him score a few today.
Got him, bowled.
Chappie running in, nipping one back to Lewis Goldsworthy. Tries to force one off the back foot. Gets a thick inside edge, back onto his leg stump. The leg stump is bent back. Lewis Goldsworthy is on his way. I have to admit, I've very peculiar sort of push up the order, Lewis. I didn't really see that as a thing. I think he's a fantastic player in the middle. He's got a good touch game, sweeps well, which, you know, would fit in well with facing the medium pace and the spinners. Yeah, quite a strange move to put him in at number 3. Hasn't worked. Somerset struggling now, 13 for 3.
Yeah, this is a real period now where Somerset have got to get through the next, well, 15 overs. That only gets them up even less than 20 overs. After 15 overs, they've got to get through there pretty much unharmed here, you'd say. 3 down already, just 13 runs on the board. Nottinghamshire's bowling. Chappell and Hutton have been really good today. We both were a bit confused when Goldsworthy came out. As you said, it hasn't worked, that experiment. I wonder how long they'll stick with that. As Bartlett now, who we were expecting at 3, comes out at 5 to join James Hildreth. 2 batters on 0.
Yeah, fresh off some great knocks in the championship, Bart, as well. So, you know, he looked a very obvious top 4, to be perfectly honest. I'm sure there's a reason for it, but it hasn't worked out, and he might as well have batted 3 because he's in after the 4th over, which is about the time when number 3 would come in. So nothing's changed. Still a massive opportunity for 2 great players for Somerset to stamp their mark on this competition early on, but certainly not the start Somerset would have wanted. Definitely a little bit of grippy nip. I'm not sure if that is a cricket term. But
Grippy nip.
It doesn't. I don't think it's nip in the sense of what you'd expect in England. I think it's that sort of nip back with a little bit of a tennis ball feel to it. So grippy nip. I think is what is undoing the batsman at the back.
All right. Well, if you want to get involved, you can tell us hashtag your grippy nip stories.
Hashtag grippy nippers.
Yeah. Don't get those words mixed up. I think the other way around is
nippy grippers.
I don't want nippy grippers, I don't think.
I think that would be someone who's very fast in the slips.
Fair enough.
No, I'll stand by my grippy nippers.
Yeah, we'll go.
You know, the Renshaw dismissal, the Steve Dave just looks like it's just spending a little bit more time in the wicket.
Bartlett gets off the mark here
than the batter's expecting.
So another run added, 14 for 3. Well, Somerset got a big rebuild here. But the thing is, in 50 over cricket, you've got time to consolidate a bit, haven't you? You've got time to consolidate if you've lost 3 early on, and then attack towards the end when you've got a bit less time and you're less likely to need all those wickets in hand. But right here, right now, if they keep trying to hit big shots, especially with grippy nippers.
Yeah, well, I think that's a little bit what's confused me. That, you know, bar Renshaw, they haven't actually been playing shots. Lewis Goldsworthy has come in and not really tried to play a big shot, not tried to attack, and you know, it's certainly a format. James Hildreth dismissed first ball, a great line length. Grippy nipped away and caught the outside edge. Another catch behind the stumps. Somerset are in a lot of trouble now. 14 for 4. James Hildreth out.
Well, we were looking at the lineup and saying actually how strong, despite all those players being away in the 100, how strong this lineup is. But against a very good Nottinghamshire attack, these 2 opening bowlers, and with a helpful pitch, it just shows this is difficult batting. And you haven't seen any major issues with the batting. Maybe the Renshaw loose shot. But even then, it's the good bowling, isn't it, that's causing the...
Well, in some ways, Charlie, I actually prefer the way that Matt Renshaw went about it, because it was very clear that he was going to be on the offensive, which is kind of what we're used to seeing in modern 50-over cricket. You know, the promotion of Goldsworthy, he looked like he was just trying to survive. You know, Steve Davis was just doing Steve Davis things and didn't get that quite right. Hildy, you get a good ball, that obviously can happen as well, but certainly not the start Somerset would have wanted. But a mega opportunity for, I believe, young James Root to come and further again show the qualities that he's shown early on in his Somerset career. Yeah, still plenty of batting to go, but 14 for 4 inside the 5th over does not make for good reading.
No, and the worry is as well, okay, you'd say, well, Somerset will still have to have a chance of bowling on this helpful pitch, but actually it's going to be more helpful now than it will be in 2 hours or whenever they come to bat.
Yeah, certainly a good decision by Haas to insert Somerset this morning. It's certainly yielded the result that you want, 14 for 4. Captain's made the right decision, and Yeah, I suppose if you are going to get any sort of movement out of a pitch, you know, the chances are it's going to be first thing in the morning. But with it being a grippy nipper, that, you know, hot weather on it all day, it might grip and nip a little bit more later on. So certainly still very much game on here. But Somerset and the two relatively inexperienced 50 over batters out there now have got a massive job to do. James Rue, George Bartlett, Ben Green, Casey Aldridge are going to have to score quite a volume of runs over the next 45 overs to give Somerset something to bowl at later on in the day. But that's a long way down the line. They've got to get through this period at the moment. Ben Hutton and Zach Chappell bowling beautifully at the moment.
3 for 10 from 3 overs, Chappell's figures, as Hutton is in again, moving here Bartlett towards the ball, but in the end deciding to let it go through. 3 slips in place here, Nottinghamshire on the attack, and with good reason. 14 for 4 Somerset here. This is the 6 earlier in the week.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing that sort of springs out at me when I look at Somerset's lineup. Even though there is a lot of quality, no doubt about it, in the lineup, that it really does highlight, you know, your Smeed and your Banton and your Abel, the players that are going to intimidate a bowler, you know, and really put them under pressure. And as we've seen, the bar Renshaw, the other 3 dismissals are people just trying to survive in one-day cricket. It's not really what we're used to seeing, especially, let's face it, it's a pretty good pitch. So certainly a little bit of thinking for the batters that have not had a great day today.
Hutton in again over the wicket. And Bartlett swings his bat, flashes it wildly after he's pushed it to point for no run. Felt like he feels maybe there was if he just managed to guide it somewhere else, he could have come through for a single.
Off stump to try and negate the movement that Brett Hutton is producing. One thing you know with Brett Hutton, he's going to bowl on that postage stamp, as I mentioned earlier. Probably not quick enough to bowl a bumper that's going to intimidate you too much. So get out the wicket as much as possible and try and get close to the ball. He's bowling an immaculate line of length as we're used to. It's not a surprise, all this. Be interesting to see over the next 5 or 6 overs how the Somerset batters combat this opening spell.
Yeah, this is where your brain's got to come into it, isn't it, as well here, as the batters can't just go after everything. You can't just risk shots now. Perhaps you could do if you were only 1 down or hadn't lost any.
Well, I think, Charlie, if I'm honest, that's where confidence comes in, and that outside edge just short of Lyndon James there. In fact, I was on commentary last year with Dave up at Trent Bridge, and he just randomly called Lyndon Johnson, and I didn't know what number of American president he was, but he was quite surprised that I knew that Lyndon Johnson was an ex-president of the United States, but it's definitely Lyndon James.
Was he the one who took over after JFK?
I think it's around that sort of era. Definitely is. Brett Hutton is toying with the Somerset batters at the moment, just getting that little bit of subtle nip, bowling an immaculate line and length, and Somerset batters are found wanting at the the
Pete's getting us onto American politics. Yes, he was preceded by JFK.
Isn't it?
Yes, I guess he was probably his vice president, wasn't he? He was JFK's vice president.
What number was he?
36.
No, 36.
36, yeah. If you are just joining us today, I'm afraid you've missed quite a lot in the first 25 minutes or so. 4 wickets have already fallen. Just the 14 runs added, and we're back to Zach Chappell, who's been really good. 3 for 10 from his 3 overs. He's coming over the wicket to the left-handed Rue, who's had a good start to his career here at Somerset, the first 11, getting his maiden first-class century in the same game as Tom Banton's maiden first-class century. So that was a good day for Somerset. Good bit of confidence for those two players.
Seen a little bit of James Rue through his upbringing. My lad played some junior Somerset cricket with him, and I've seen him play. And one thing that's really impressed me is he's played a variety of different type of knocks in the first team so far. He's played 2 magnificent sort of accumulating scores. He's also saved us a game by batting 120 odd balls for 20, so he's showing that he's got a really good cricket brain as well, and he certainly will need that this afternoon. As you know, this is not a great time to come in, but a massive opportunity to show how good you can play.
Yeah, that's a great way of looking at it, isn't it? This is an opportunity for players, especially like James Rew, young players. People will take note if you can do something from here.
I mean, that is the one real positive of the Royal London and everything that's happening in English cricket at the moment. It's giving brilliant opportunities to play. You know, Zach Chappell, Brett Hutton, you know, fantastic first-class records. You've got an England opening batsman on the field as well, and you've got some young cricketers that might not get an opportunity to play first-team cricket for another year or two, but they're thrust into the limelight now, and exactly the word that springs to mind is opportunity. Opportunity to start your career maybe a couple of years younger than you might have.
On that note, I was here for the game last year in the One Day Cup between Leicestershire and Somerset, which Leicestershire won. And playing in that match was Rian Ahmed, who I think might have been making his debut for Leicestershire on that day. And last night he was playing in the 100 for Southern Brave, you know, picking up a big price tag in that. It just shows, you know, he's 17 years old. His 18th birthday this month. Is just shows that exposure, that first chance because of the One Day Cup got him a go.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Some of the younger Nottinghamshire batters are going to get to face Peter Siddle later. I mean, fantastic at such a young age.
They might not think that when it comes steaming in, as that's driven by Bartlett, but no run.
Lovely shot there by George Bartlett, slightly over pitched by Zach Chappell, but he's earned the right, the big nasty fast bowler, to go searching for wickets. He's doing his job for his captain, that's for sure. A couple of wickets under his belt already. I mean, we could talk about the Somerset, you know, batting woes at the start of this game, but you got to credit the bowling. There's not been too many loose deliveries out there from these two. There's definitely movement out there as well. Chappell comes in again, back of a length, right up into the stickers of the bat. No run again. Chappie finishes his fourth over. Somerset struggling, 15 for 4.
I'm going to make way for Sam Dalling for the first time this morning and leave you with Pete Trigo, who will give his thoughts on what he's seen so far here at Taunton.
Cheers, Charlie. If we have a look at the score, it makes for not amazing viewing if you're a Somerset fan. Matt Renshaw, slightly unfortunate, getting out caught down the third man for 4. And the rest is almost a little bit too painful. Steve Davis, Lewis Goldsworthy, James Hildreth, all going to pretty good pieces of bowling. In particular, James Hildreth. A really nice delivery from Zach Chappell. First ball, edging that through to the keeper. Not much you can do about those when you get those first up. Brett Hutton at the top of his mark. Good morning, Sam. Welcome. You finished your Percy Pigs that you were hiding from Charlie on the train?
Yeah, you found me. I had some left tricks. I was going to give you some, but now you've kind of exposed me in front on air. How can I possibly trust you with my Percy Pigs? I bought them just for you as well. Match your outfit, right colours.
They certainly would, wouldn't they? Baby pink.
What a start from Notts. I could hear, I was outside downstairs, you were talking about him, Dave Bracegirdle. You know how much he celebrates a wicket. I mean, you could hear him from right back down there with his commentary, BBC Notts commentator.
Yeah, I'll never forget that. Oh, great shot by Lyndon Johnson. I just looked at him and went, sorry.
I was very lucky to do some commentary alongside Dave at Lord's earlier this season. A lovely human being, former military man, you can tell, and he's very regimented, like has his routine, but brilliant commentator, so passionate. You could hear, the Lord's press box is massive, but if you weren't on and Notts got a wicket, you could just hear his booming voice anywhere in the press box. He'd be enjoying himself.
Certainly do with some of those skills of organisation, that's for sure. Comes in again. Challenging both outer and inside edge at the moment. James Rew playing with soft hands down to fine leg, picks up another single. Big rebuilding job here to be done by these two, but as we know, James Rew is always up to the challenge. He's come in at a couple of tricky times in Championship cricket and done a fantastic job, so great chance for him to have a good bat in front of the 4,000 or 5,000 Somerset faithful that have rocked up to watch this day in beautiful sunshine here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Brett Hutton into George Bartlett, attacking those stumps.
It's a big challenge though, isn't it? Because I've always liked Brett Hutton, and actually in most other counties he'd be a first pick bowler. It's just not his strength in depth. I think he bowled beautifully in the championship game here last September, but you could argue that, well, you got Dane Patterson to come on probably first change, Liam Patterson-White, so actually, and Lyndon James, so the 3 first team bowlers haven't yet bowled yet, and Somerset are 16 for 4.
Yeah, I think Brett is one of the 4 that Pete Moores would pick if he had the choice. I mean, it's about rotation. You know, they've got a big enough squad and resources at Trentbridge to rotate bowlers around. I know Kevin Shine, their bowling coach, is very mindful of how much you can flog a bowler throughout a season. But you're right, you've got Dane Patterson, you know, Brett Hutton, Lyndon James in particular in this game here. You've got Luke Fletcher, James Patterson, the Australian. You know, lots and lots of options, but Brett Hutton has an absolute knack. He's one of the quality first-class bowlers out there in your sort of Murtagh, Rushworth kind of mould that they just bang a length. They've got good skills, very reliable. And if there's any movement out there, Brett Hutton will find it, as he's shown today. Somerset battling away at 17 for 4 of 8 overs. Certainly not a power play to be remembered, and you'd have to say that Notts are very much in control of this game at the moment as Dane Patterson comes on to bowl, and he has a huge knack of taking wickets in this period of a game. International quality bowler, can give you scoring opportunities, in fairness, you know, especially at the start of a spell. Sometimes you know, bowls a few loose deliveries to get going, but really important that George Bartlett and James Roos stamp their authority on this game in some way, shape or form.
Yeah, going to be difficult. Patterson is a quality bowler, as Pete was just saying. Does a little bit both ways. Bartlett in behind that one. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that lineup, because at the start of the season as well, this year they had Broad playing as well, and Broad actually loves playing for Notts, and he's very much part of the boys when he goes in. So you've got the rotation of bowlers meant Hutton was the one that played a little bit less, but as you say, just outstanding cricketer, outstanding bowler. Does a little bit. Patterson as well moves it both ways. He's a quality. Played a couple of tests against England. I think just before COVID he'd started to play and has signed what was a Colpack deal, but those have gone away now. Really smooth action that we see. He's one of those bowlers that's quite aesthetically pleasing on the eyes.
He's got easy pace. Yeah, he can actually. You know, he bowls a heavy ball. He's one of those bowlers that sort of, like, you know, trundles in when he's in rhythm. He actually bowls some really quick deliveries. Right,
come on then. You're the pro, and I say it a lot. The heavy ball, right? What is it?
Well, Andre Adams was the classic heavy ball bowler, where I think through the air it wouldn't necessarily measure or read on the speed gun in the sort of high 80s, which is what you would deem as fast.
Yeah.
But I think in my interpretation of someone that bowls a heavy ball, like a Martin Bicknell, who was pretty slow through the air, to be honest, they always had a knack of hitting high up the bat, so it felt like, so obviously the middle of the bat, obviously the blade of the bat will obviously be where the balls will ping off. As soon as you get north of the stickers on the face of the bat, it's a very dead part of the bat where the splice is.
Bartlett nicks
in and nicks off, gets a little bit of movement away. A poor shot by George Bartlett, wafting a relatively straight ball just outside off stump. That's a really, really poor bit of cricket there in this situation, and he's on his way back. Somerset now 5 down for 17. Yeah, that was one of those heavy balls. Yeah, so where your bottom hand fits on the bat, you know, sometimes if someone keeps jamming the stickers at the bat, you get a lot of vibration into the thumb. You know, if you look at your hand now, your kind of thumb muscle at the bottom looks a little bit like a drumstick on a chicken. You know what I mean? And you keep on getting that battered, so it feels like the ball's hitting the bat heavier because it's always hitting high up on the bat. That's what I think, you know, batters would deem as somebody who bowls a heavy ball, not necessarily quick through the air, but just hits a good length, always hitting the splice of the bat.
So it's not back of a length then; it's a good length rather than someone who just bowls that back of a length to kind of get you up there. It's just one that pitches on a length.
All bowlers have a natural length where the perfect sort of snap of their action will hit a certain part of the pitch and just kick up a little bit. And the high quality bowlers like your Andre Adams, those type of bowlers there, Dane Patterson I think is another one, will just hit that area more often than other bowlers. Like for instance, Mark Wood very, very quick through the air, but skiddy. You know, not necessarily someone who's going to splice you all the time. Whereas, you know, those classic county bowlers, they just have a knack of hitting the splice of the bat, the stickers of the bat over and over again.
Skipper Ben Green then out in the middle, much earlier than he would have hoped to. Not Outlaws winning the toss. What, nearly just over an hour ago now. Elected to bowl. Couldn't have gone much better for them really. 17 for 5. Somerset. Our skipper Ben Green is facing Dane Patterson and gets him behind that heavy ball.
I mean, I think this innings, I think it's showing signs of when early sort of county championship batting, where there doesn't seem to be an obvious sort of game plan. A lot of the batters are just out there and they almost look like they're having a net. There's no real clear, you know, like I said, Matt Renshaw's dismissal, which arguably you'd say was the most agricultural, but for me, I like the way he was, you know, it's his job to try and be positive at the top of the order. Really clear that he was going to put the bowlers under pressure. But the other guys that have come in, just, I don't know, it looks like they're just trying to survive. And I'm not sure that's a real good way to play one-day cricket. You've got to somehow stamp your authority on the game in some way, shape or form. You can't just sit there waiting for a good ball.
Well, it's not worked. There's been plenty of good deliveries. Zach Chappell, 3 wickets. Brett Hutton, a wicket for himself. 4 overs. 1 for 5, and Dane Patterson, we talked about not arguably their best bowlers being still to come, not taking the new ball. He's come on and an immediate impact. Wicket maiden to start with, that's left Somerset 17 for 5. Renshaw, Davies, Goldsworthy, Hildreth and Bartlett, the men out, James Rue and Ben Green at the crease.
Well, the key thing is it has created opportunities for a couple of lads that don't get massive opportunities for scoring big scores. There's no doubt about it. Even early on in this game, James Rue, Ben Green are going to have to get 50, 60, 70, 80 to make this a competitive match.
What's the conversation now then, do you reckon, skipper? I mean, 2 relatively young players, though Ben Green is the skipper. What are they, because as you almost want to say, well, let's just survive 20 overs, but then you don't want to just survive because that doesn't work.
That, Sam, is the danger. I think that's where, you know, a lot of the young cricketers who brought up playing a lot of T20 cricket, they have 41 overs to bat. I mean, it's almost like a championship innings, but Somerset have unfortunately put themselves into a position where at this stage they're just looking to post something on the off chance that you might get a chance to defend. I don't think they can probably look a lot further away from that. So I'm sure the conversation between new captain and a new kid on the block is just to bat. But again, hopefully individually that will mean 2 different things. Ben Green hopefully will still play his shots, and James Rule will go out and express himself as well. Just batting doesn't mean blocking the ball, because that's obviously not going to get Somerset anywhere. So hopefully they've got their own individual game plans, and I think that is what I feel is lacking from the top order at the moment. Bar Matt Renshaw, it didn't look like they had a clear way that they were going about it.
Comes around the wicket then, 3 slips in, playing a miss from Rue. I've not seen much of Rue. I know he started brilliantly in the county championship. They've talked about him though for a good number of years, about him being one of the ones to watch coming up through the academy. Was he a name you heard in 2019 was your last year here? Was someone like Rue's name? You're always aware of those 13, 14, 15-year-olds coming through?
Well, I was aware of the Rue brothers because my sons were playing with them, so I knew they were good players. But they were probably too young to be doing things that were making that much of an impact at the moment. And I think, you know, I think someone like a Will Smead was making big waves because, you know, it was a big power game. So, you know, it was one of those sort of, you know, kind of does grab the attention when someone's belting the ball left, right and centre. Whereas I think Rui, I think looks like quite a classic player, somebody who's going to accumulate, use his brain. And like I said, there's a place in the game for both kinds, and Somerset certainly need the latter at the moment. They need someone to bat with a bit of a brain and a bit of a technique and a bit of an idea and game plan how to get through the next 30 overs, 40 overs.
Yeah, and we had Steve Kirby on the County Cricket Natters podcast this week, and he was waxing lyrical about him, about his temperament, about his reading of the game situation. He showed, that draw. He got to get 70 odd on debut. I know it's a different format, but up at it wasn't Lancs. It was at Lancs, but it wasn't at Old Trafford. Where was it? I think it was at Southport Cricket Club. Just when there could have been a little bit of trouble, showed a cool head, and it's needed in a different form here.
Oh, without doubt. I mean, just having a look at the scorecards and then watching the game here at Taunton, you can tell the lad knows what he's about. So, first outing, he got a 70. Second outing, he batted his team to a draw by getting a very long 20-something off over 100 balls. So you can tell he's got a versatile game. And then the game here, when there was a situation where Somerset were trying to set up a declaration, he got caught down at square leg, but he tried to get on with it. So you can tell that he's playing the situation of the game. And that speaks volumes for the way the lad thinks about the game. So hopefully he's got his thinking cap on this afternoon. And like I said, I suppose Somerset have put themselves into a position where these two don't really have a great deal of pressure on them. It's just about trying to make the game something like competitive at the moment. Somerset are looking like they're not going to survive the 50 overs at the moment. So if they do, I think that's a win from here.
And they're on to be out all out inside 20 as it currently stands. What makes it competitive then from here? It's still a big ask, isn't it?
I mean, you probably, you're looking at, from this situation, 180, 200, and then...
And even then you're still behind.
You've got to have a look at Somerset's bowlers at the end of the day. You've got Casey Aldridge, who's got that star quality, and you've got Peter Siddle, who is a star. So there's no doubt that Somerset have the armoury to go through an attack, but I suppose you look at the Notts lineup, that's quite intimidating in some ways as well. But one thing I kind of looking forward to when Notts get the opportunity to chase down whatever total Somerset post, I think you'll see a quite clear difference in individual game plan sort of clarity. So I know some of these lads, Ben Slater's going to bat, Haas is going to bat, Sol is going to try and take people down, and it will be very clear what they're trying to achieve.
I saw him get 45 off 20 odd balls in that rain-affected game at Guildford last year. Sol, that is, when I think was it a 300 odd chase in 30 overs, and he came out all guns blazing.
Yeah, and like I said, it's an inner confidence. He probably, he hasn't played many games of first team cricket, so he's not getting his confidence from a bank of hundreds of games or anything like that. But he's a young lad who knows what he's trying to be about, and he goes out and he plays that way, and he gets backed to play that way. I think it's a difficult situation, but bar Renshaw's dismissal, I haven't seen a big shot played. I haven't seen anyone play a shot that makes me think, I'm at the crease now. But Ben Green's shot he's just played there certainly does set a message. That's a beautiful straight drive from Ben Green.
Right on cue, that wasn't it?
That's the sort of intensity. That's the sort of cricket that you want to see from your captain. Brilliant shot there from Green up.
So in the dressing, it's a long way to go, but when you're kind of reflecting on a game like this, actually as a coach, are they almost disappointed in this format of cricket and in T20 to see people, rather you get out playing a shot than the other way around, what we've seen this morning?
Well, I suppose there's a the one question mark is what was the role? Why was Lewis Goldsworthy? I don't have a problem with him back three at all, but why was he out there? Is he out there to try and get on with it, or is he out there just to try and get through, 10 overs or 20 overs and just bat and try and nerdle it around. I don't know.
He's 96 at Surrey, I think, was batting at 5. He did get a 70 odd batting at 3 last year. I don't know, is it, I don't know, I've never been inside the dressing room, but could it be that he's padded up from the start anyway, and if there's a quick wicket, he comes in as to kind of anchor it, or would it not be that simple? So he kind of floats between 3 and 5 depending on the situation.
That move for me doesn't tell me that you're a team that looking to try and maximise a power play in one-day cricket in the modern game. You trying to survive a power play? Doesn't make much sense to me.
But he doesn't score slowly, does he? He's just not a big power hitter. I don't know if in the same way that Notts, and I'm only, posing it, that Notts have got Slater and Hamid. Like Hamid coming out of 3 is not a man who's going to score at kind of 10 and over in a power play, but he'll still play his shots enough to maybe score 4, 5, 6 off and over.
Yeah, I suppose that is the problem with the schedule as it is. That's well reported. I mean, there isn't a natural power player to come in, so you've kind of got to make the best of it. But we are where we are, and it's 24 for 5 off 11 overs. Can't dwell on what's happened. We can just sit here and enjoy Captain Ben Green and James Rue try and get Somerset out of a spot of bother here.
And maybe we overanalyse it too much. Sometimes it's just been a bad day. Notts have had a good morning. Somerset have had a really bad hour, and that happens sometimes in sport.
Yeah, that certainly is the case. I suppose in an ideal world, you kind of want to see someone bringing the fight back. I suppose for me, when Somerset get in a little bit of trouble, it all goes very, very sort of survival mode. Hopefully Ben Green will take a lot of confidence from that brilliant straight drive he played against Dane Patterson the last over and build a nice innings, because it's a great chance for Ben Green to really show what he's about as a cricketer as well, as a captain. If he can get a substantial score here, that will set his captaincy up for this series in a fantastic manner. Team are in the trouble, that's when you want your captain to stand up. So it's a brilliant chance for 2 fine players that are out there at the moment to put a decent score on the board. Let's face it, nearly up to the 12 over mark. The nip is going to be less nippy, less grippy.
Just fall short.
Nearly edges 1 to 3rd slip right on cue, but there is an opportunity here to dig in.
I came in halfway through that conversation. So what are we calling it? Nippy grip or grippy nip?
It looks so for me, if it's gripping, it's more sort of up and down. It's gripping and maybe just they call it tennis ball bounce, where it sort of hits the pitch, stays in the pitch a little bit, and it hits you a little bit higher on the bat and a little bit slower. So that's grip. Nip is when it moves sideways, but I actually think that it's gripping and nipping, so grippy nip.
Right. I just wanted to make sure I had the terminology correct.
It's more important that you understand.
No, I do understand the concept
you
of it.
understand where I'm going with it?
I do. So I'm happy with it. I just want to check I had it the right way around.
There's thought behind the craziness.
Oh, I know there always is. Always is. I never doubt that. That grippy nip has had Somerset in a little bit of trouble this morning. I mean, I looked around to try and see the leaderboard. I think you and Charlie Taylor would probably be atop that leaderboard. Wickets taken in the com box, 4 for 14.
I was never a massive fan of that. It was the commentator's curse box board. Sorry, I wasn't a fan of being on that.
Well, you've got to take the rough with the smooth, mate. You've got to, you
But at the start of the season, Sam, there was a lot more rough than there was smooth. It kind of, you came in here just sort of fearing the worst.
You thought you got away with that, and as a player, that was April nipping around, losing wickets quickly. No, but you've got to take it. I mean, you called Ben Green, you said, oh, no one's played a big shot, and then a second later, Ben Green plays a lovely drive down the ground.
Not a big shot, but a beautiful
shot. So, you've got to take it when both ways.
So what you're saying? I've got myself a 5 for this morning.
Got yourself, yeah, you have. Yeah, you've done the whole hour. You are negative 5.
Sam bugged out before he could get the 5 for.
Typical Charlie Taylor, that lovely shot.
Rue, mimicking his captain, but the other way round. Left-handed, a beautiful check drive through mid-on. for his first boundary. A classy shot. Just a little sign there that things are easing up a little bit for the batters out there. Brilliant start to the partnership. Somerset 29 for 5.
Now, I heard you wish a happy birthday to the Demon of Fruit earlier on, and I wanted to ask you a question, because up at Frome Cricket Club, the Dredges have got this kind of dynasty. You used to be able to go and play a team where there were 6 or 7, maybe even more Dredges in. Is that what's happening up at Weston-super-Mare Cricket Club now?
Yes. Well, one of the creators of the children, myself, still playing, obviously. My 2 boys and my brother's boy will be playing on Saturday, so there will be 4 Trigos in the lineup, which is very exciting for the family, I guess.
Single off green makes it easier to kind of organise lifts and things, I guess. You know, the old club cricket, when you have to everyone meet at the ground and make sure they're all there if you're all coming from the same place.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how they go. I mean, young Jack got 100 in the second team last week, so we've got an opening batsman missing for the next few games, so he gets a good opportunity to stake his claim. Somerset club legend Rob Turner is away again. Rob, if you're listening, what's going on, mate? Stop having holidays in the season. That's finable.
He was the wicketkeeper when I grew up. And
what a keeper he is, and still is.
Is he? I was going to ask, because he must be mid-50s now.
He's like an octopus behind the stump. Stands up to everyone. You can't get. He's just unbelievable behind the stick. So we've got 3 wicket keepers away. So my eldest son is keeping wicket this weekend. So I've just been into the Somerset County store to buy some inners for him.
Green on the back foot, pushes it out towards backward point. Does he still, because I remember he almost used to walk in, Rob Turner. He doesn't go right down like a wicketkeeper, you know, like a traditional textbook keeper.
Barring a few more grey hairs and a few extra wrinkles, he is the Rob Turner that you if you saw him from 100 metres away, you say, yeah, that's Noddy.
He was ahead of the game, one of the early proponents of the paddle sweep. He was always down playing that shot. I used to watch him in Cheltenham and Gloucester Cup matches here, and you get the locals like, what is that shot? I can't cope with that in 2003, but Rob Turner was playing it.
Yeah, at the moment, unfortunately, Nod needs to work on how to play the full straight one at the moment. Bowled first ball last weekend, but can happen.
Single out to Fatty Singh, I think, is doing the fielding out there. Was it left-hander? Maybe it's Liam Patterson-White.
Liam Patterson-White out there.
Liam Patterson-White.
Very familiar silhouette of Liam Patterson-White. The barrel. Strong boy is the barrel.
Yeah, he looks it. He's short but stocky. 2 left-arm spinners in the side. Patterson-White is the first team player, first team regular now. But I'm looking forward to seeing Fatty Singh bowl a bit later on as well.
Dave Patterson into the attack. So it's almost exactly the team that I captained 12 months ago, so yeah, it's good to see how the young players have evolved. Same as, you know, watching the young players of Somerset come through for their first sort of seasons. It's really good to see young cricketers getting an opportunity in the Royal London, stake their claim. Certainly a brilliant challenge for young James Rue, facing an international bowler who pulls not completely out of the middle of the bat, but nicely into the leg side. Always a good sign, a young batter that can play a pull shot that naturally. Great shot there from James Rue. Picks up another 2. Somerset moving on slowly onto 34 for 5. As we see this replay of James Rue's first boundary of the morning. Back and across, great head position. Pushes with a check drive, just using a bit of nice quality timing to get it past mid-on. Really, really fantastic shot. Mimicking almost identically the shot that Ben Green, his captain at the other end, played the previous over.
Brett Hutton then continues, and why not, into his 7th over, 1 for 12 so far. You were talking a little bit earlier on about how you'd often do that in white ball games, well, long stints first up, and Hutton's going to continue to green.
Yeah, I think if I was Haas now, I'd be thinking, yes, they're 2 of my death bowlers, but this ain't going to the death. Let's try and, you know, keep the old foot on the throat So I think they'll probably extend the spells. You know, I think you could easily see, you know, a 7-8 over spell. Brett Hutton maybe save him a couple just in case, but then again, Lyndon James will be getting loose. Maybe Chappie might have another little blast from the other end. He looks like he's doing some sort of a warm-up. Ben Green gets a single down to third man off the outside edge. Still movement available for the seam bowler. Yep. I think Zach Chappell is doing something with his shoelaces and bits and bobs, so he might be following Brett Hutton from the Lord Ian Botham stand end.
Yeah, there's no point in keeping it. You know, you might have him in the initial game plan where he's going to bowl with overs 30 to 45, whatever it is, but there's no point in not applying that pressure now, because if you do get that far, then fine, you've still got other bowlers you can use, and Somerset are going to be wickets down. Yeah,
I would say the tactic at the moment is to expose the jugular is exposed, and let's try and finish them off. I think that will be the tactic.
Well, look, we're 14 overs into a 50 over game, and there's still 3 slips in. There's a fine leg as well, and a deep square leg from that short ball, which Hutton probably doesn't bowl too many of.
No, it's good to let the batter know that he's out there. It looks like James Rue wants to play it as well, which is a good sign, but you have to say, as a Somerset supporter, you'd be pretty disappointed to still have 3 slips in play and what looks like pretty good wicket, to be fair. It's certainly not a 35 for 5 wicket, so not a great start to the day from Somerset, but certainly recoverable in some way, shape or form. 2 players, one in particular, the young man James Rue, in a fine bit of form.
Both into double figures, and yeah, that field is very much a county championship field, really. 3 slips, third, final leg, just a mid-on, mid-off in front of the bat. Quite remarkable, really, as Rue just tickles it into the leg side, and Zach Chappell will get down to do the fielding, picks up a couple, but yeah, how often in this far into a white ball game do you see just 2 fielders in front of the bat?
Normally one where one team's having a shocker.
Yeah, so I think that's a kind way of describing it. This is almost a little bit of a recovery, not having lost a wicket for 20 runs.
Batten down the hatches, drop the anchor, as I would have said. We did a little bit of a thing during my captaincy time where I used to talk about being on a pirate ship. I was the captain of the ship. You know, pirate mentality, be ruthless.
Oh, to be a fly on the wall.
Some of my team chants.
Talks.
You wouldn't think that I was talking about cricket, some of them.
The young lads
for me, captaincy was all about, I knew, we had coaches. You got coaches in cricket. Almost players have individual coaches that they prefer to go to, like the batters will go to a certain coach. So that's taken care of. The skills are taken care of. As a captain, for me, it's about getting people emotionally engaged in the game, getting them ready for what's happening, and and trying to ignite some fire in the belly. So when they were out there, they were in the right frame of mind to combat the opposition. That was the view that I had of what captaincy was all about. It wasn't about, oh, what are you going to bowl to? That's done. You've done that. You know what you're going to bowl. I want you to feel like you're going in there. And for me, whether it might be, you know, a bit of football background from when I grew up.
Zach Chappell back into the attack. Ben Green keeps that one out.
For me, sport is about personal battles. You know, I read a lot and watched a lot of, you know, my sort of heroes of sport, and every single one of them I thought got to that next level. That all of them used to almost have a method of lighting the fire in the belly, getting them to a, I wouldn't say aggressive mindset, but enough that you really want to turn the opposition over. And that was always that. I always felt that was my role.
Lovely shot from Ben Green down the ground. Doesn't quite time it as well as the first one, but he's going to get at least a couple. A dive in, just a slightly mistimed dive, really, there. From that was Fatty Singh.
No, that's Sam King. Sam King down there.
I thought I could see the NNG. I thought I was in.
Yeah, Sam King's about a foot taller than Fateh, but yet Sammy King has got that wrong. He's that would be the equivalent to swimming not in the sea where you dive in and the tide goes out and you end up flat on the sand.
Exactly, yeah.
That was a bit of a shocker there, Kinga.
He went a little bit too early. Maybe he spared the embarrassment by the angle. I don't know if the camera could quite pick it up. Yeah, on what you were saying.
No, it was definitely embarrassing.
Was it?
Yeah.
I spoke to Michael Bracewell, the New Zealand off spinner, who was a keeper and he just started bowling. He only picked up off spin when Jeetan Patel retired in domestic cricket. Flicks the pads, there'll be no run, and he was then bowling. Suddenly, within 2 or 3 years, he's bowling off spin in a Test match, and he was quite placid talking until he got. I asked him about the off spin. He said, "Well, you know, I haven't got all the years of experience to bowl to go back on. I haven't had all that coaching, but out there when I'm bowling off spin, it's just a raw battle. It's me versus another sports player, another sportsman." And he said that's what gets him fired up. It's just a one-on-one battle that I get into, and you know they're probably better batters than I am an off spinner, but it's that battle that gets me going.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't mind. I'm sure the lads.
That is a lovely
Great shot, Ben Green. 3 absolutely fantastic straight drives back down the ground towards the Marcus Roscothic stand. Ben Green looks in great touch. Somerset now moving on to 45 for 5. Looks in really good touch, Ben Green, and that is shot of the day, quite comfortably as well. I mean, I don't mind. I always speak frankly. You know, I had conversations with some of the guys who are out in the field, and you know, there was a couple of Nottinghamshire youngsters coming through, and they were on trial. A couple of them were on trial, and you kind of sense that when someone's on trial. Calvin Harrison was one actually. And James Hayes, you know, who's local Taunton lad who was up there as well. You know when someone's on trial, they have a limited amount of time to show what they can do to try and get that contract. And I can remember in a game where I kind of sensed this is going to be their last opportunity, and I just went up to them at the top of their mark. I said to James, I said, Hazy, now or never, mate. You've got to pull a spell out your backside here. You've got to show Kevin Shine, Pete Moores, what you're about. There's no tomorrow, mate. You've got to do it. And I kind of, I felt like I had to put him under pressure, and I fired him up and set him off. And he well, why he's on the staff now, he bowled a really good spell. He bowled a yard quicker than I'd seen him bowl in the 3 games previously. And he came up and he said, we had the high five, because I think he might have got a 5 for. And he said, thanks for that, I needed that. And, I just said, mate, you've got to let it go. And for me, like I said, as his captain that day, I didn't talk about how to swing it, how to set someone up. I just said, mate, you got to get, again, fire in the belly. I think is a really important role. And like I said, that was the only thing. I was tactically that astute in many ways. But I did think that the one thing I could do was fire a cricketer up with pirate chat.
Switch of ends then for Dane Patterson. Brett Hutton out of the attack, playing a miss from James Rue. Pete Trigo's going to leave us very shortly, temporarily, because I want some more pirate chat. I mean, I need to know the terminology. That was, did they ever say, go on, you lead the team out, off you go, and there was like a 5-minute gap?
There are things, Sam, that just won't, they can't go out on air pre-watershed and all, because that's just the nature of the pirate mentality. But what I'm saying is that pirates, they are ruthless. They climb aboard the opposition ship and they take what they want and they leave nothing behind. That was the gist of where my head used to go. And the guys used to be laughing, but they knew that if I saw someone that wasn't in the battle, they'd get an absolute rocket. And I was never afraid to just give them the rocket. In a sports team, probably learnt this from Justin Langer. Bit of friction, brilliant for performance. And on that note, I'll go and have a little rest.
I hope that doesn't mean you've left with a little bit of friction between us. I mean, it just left me hanging there. Wow, pirate terminology. Oh, gets one to lift there. An appeal from Dane Patterson, but wicketkeeper and slips weren't as interested. It did just kiss off the surface. Bit of that grippy nip. And Pete Trigo is talking about, and Charlie Taylor is back alongside me. You're right, Charlie. The wickets have the wickets have slowed down since you went off.
Blackbeard, Captain Blackbeard's been having a team talk with them from up here. understands a lot about Peace Trigger when you hear his pirate mentality stuff.
Yes, that's very true.
So it explains a lot.
Flicked into the leg side there by James Root, who moves on to 13. Bakers doesn't. Liam Patterson-White does the fielding. Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to have been in some of those team talks. Yeah. I think I'd have been inspired. I might have bowled a yard quicker. It still would have been 62 miles an hour, but it would have been a yard quicker than my previous spell.
I think you'd have been made to walk the plank, actually.
We're not going to. You're the worst for that as well. You're just going to pull these out all day, aren't you? That's why you've been sat. That's why you came on late, because you've been googling them at the back.
I came on late because we can't get word in edgeways with Pete Trigger. That's why I came on late. No, it's good stuff. It's good stuff.
Pirates don't live to conventional timings, mate.
No, I know.
Just want to nip back there, Patterson at Ben Green.
My favourite line he said in all of that, which I really want to tweet, like Pete Trigger out of context, was, "That's just the nature of pirate mentality."
Yes. That's what I can't remember what I'd asked him. It wasn't a question. No question ever deserves that response. But yes,
that's just the nature of pirate mentality. Pete Trigger, 2022.
Let's get that on the club Twitter as the tagline. Ben Green gets in behind that one. I mean, he'd do well. Is it down in Cornwall? Is it the rugby team down in Cornwall? They're the Cornish Pirates. He could go and be there.
Yeah. Their
spiritual leader. End of the over, 16 gone. Somerset 46 for 5.
Yeah, so just beginning to build a little bit, these two. I mean, slow progress. 46 runs. Oh, there we go. 46 runs scored for the loss of 5, though. But yeah, James Root and Ben Green, comfortably the highest scorers so far in this Somerset innings. And they're out there together, just surviving, but also putting a few nice straight drives in there. A couple from Ben Green, sweetly timed. Chappell back in. He's bowled a lot already this morning. Over the wicket. So we're just happy to defend that one. The trails from the airplanes which are passed overhead are sort of curved. I've seen something curved. You see sort of a big backward C shape.
Does that mean that they've had
changed direction?
Over Bristol, they've been circulating, had to move. I don't know. Was that? I never know quite how far away. I mean, I'm well aware they're a very long way away, but in terms of what that is the trail from,
no idea. They're definitely a curved shape rather than just straight. Oh, that's a lovely ball from Chappell. Pace flying through past, just not that far away from the edge of James Root's bat. Wow.
He's bowled beautifully, hasn't he? And one of those out-and-out quick bowlers. There's Charlie, he's happy.
Yeah, do you see what I mean? Just curving around the floodlight there. And the one next to it to the right, less obvious.
Maybe it's ball tracking from Dane Patterson's bowling.
Is it showing the swing?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, at Somerset we don't have the graphics to show you the swing, but we do have a friend who's got a plane.
Yeah.
Who can do it in the sky for us.
Caddy's up there doing it in his helicopter.
Yeah. That's what just pushed to point. Can you imagine that? Got Caddy in a helicopter drawing out the balls. Feels very Somerset.
Feels very expensive as well.
It does. I mean, that would have to be sort of from. That's Caddick. You'd have to do that. I don't think the club would pay him back for that. It's been a very good day so far for Nottinghamshire. Delighted with how this has gone, especially off the back of a win already in this competition. Yeah, hoping to make 2 from 2. Perfect start today. Defended. It is very breezy out there. When you two were on, standing on the balcony beneath us, and, it's a strong wind, quite a cool breeze as well coming through. I don't know what difference that might make. I guess a skied catch might move back a little bit. You can see
it blowing right across.
Yeah, billowing on the sheet they put up for
the sight screen. You mean?
Yeah, but it's a sheet rather than a sight screen.
The world's biggest.
Yeah, the absolutely massive sheet that they've got. Chaplin again, bending his back there, defended.
They had a new sheet for the county championship game, didn't they? The new sight screen, nice, shiny new. Well, yeah, they did. And it was out for the last game.
Yeah,
lovely. Lovely clean sheet.
You're quite easily pleased, aren't you, Sam?
Yeah, I am.
Nice clean sheet.
Nothing
wrong with clean sheets.
It wasn't great, the previous one.
No, the previous one was it looked like it might have been around. You know, we saw images of Beefy and Viv Richards earlier on in this competition. It felt like that sheet might have sort of dated from that era. In the air and safe. Run away for 4. The chase on here for Hasib Hamid. He will make it, I think. Yeah, well done. Huge effort he's made there to keep it in. And come through for 3 in, saving a run.
You brought back memories of Brian Lara cricket there, Charlie, with that bit of commentary. The old in the air and safe. And out is what you used to get. Yeah, it won't mind that too much. Zach Chappell was up-ish. I mean, I think thought about putting the dive in, but then realised he wasn't going to get there and be better off chasing it. 49 for 5. Wickets falling elsewhere as well. Durham versus Surrey up at, well, that's at Gosforth, South North Cricket Club they call it. South Northumberland, beautiful ground that.
South
Durham.
Northumberland, right. Yeah.
84 for 5 there. Who's doing the damage? Matt Dunn's got a couple of wickets for Surrey. Yorkshire, oh, another. I saw pictures of this morning. They're playing at York Cricket Club, the Rosies derby, and there was 4,500 in already. I think they were moving towards a sellout, but Yorkshire 96 for 4. They started brilliantly. 66 for the first wicket. Will Frayne, who got 100 in the previous game. As Patterson comes in around the wicket to James Root. He made 41 at a runner ball, but it's fallen apart a little bit. Kent Spitfires 98 for 2 up at Sophia Gardens. Another outground. We love outgrounds. Leicestershire Foxes down at Radlett playing Middlesex. 104 for 3. They are, and have I done them all? I think I've done them all. Yeah, indeed, I have.
James Roo's bat looks like a very fresh willow. It's bright.
Tickled round the corner, just for a single, brings a 50 up. Warm round of applause here at the Cooper Associates County Ground for that. Was it? They don't miss. Well, there was a brilliant one in the last 4-day game here, the Yorkshire game. Yorkshire, they had a bit of a problem with no balls, and the crowd applauded. Just everyone thought it was random. It was actually 50 extras the crowd had clocked, and they were applauding that.
Half century for the extras. That's good knowledge. I like that when the crowd's on, really keeping up with the game properly like that, to see those little quirks.
Driven by Ben Green. Still a couple of slips in. They had 3 slips in for a long time this morning. Nottinghamshire very much on top of the game. Yeah, cricket is a sport like no other, really, in terms of the crowd knowledge. They just notice things. They're not actually even looking at the scoreboard. They've clocked it 5 or 6 overs ago and are counting up themselves, really. They just don't miss a trick.
50, but for the loss of 5, it's taken nearly 18 overs to get there. So it's been a tough morning for Somerset fans. And now this is in the air. Will this land safe? 2 fielders come in. Dropped. That's a bit of a get out of jail free card from Somerset there. And I feel like they should have taken it in the way that's head in hands for the fielder. Couldn't get to it. I mean, it did hang in the air for what felt like a long time. Missed time pull shot.
I think that's Sam King, isn't it?
King, who
the
just
sub fielder.
Yeah.
I thought he had got there, actually. It was missed time top edge. It looked like he'd made the ground and maybe just misjudged it. Head in hands. Could that be a big moment in the game? Skipper Ben Green dropped on 18.
Big old top edge. Oh, no, is that edge? No, it was a bit of a celebration. We heard some cheers there in our effects mic, but no, missing the edge of James Roo's bat. Well, Somerset can't afford wickets to fall like this. Not with the position that they're in this game, if they're going to get anything from it. Lovely ball that from Patterson.
No, Somerset will need to avoid losing a wicket for a while here. And they need a partnership, and a pretty big one, probably a couple of partnerships really, if they are to set Notts any kind of total. That's a lovely looking shot from James Roo. Hasn't quite timed it, but picks up a couple down the ground. Patterson bowling around the wicket at him. He moves on to 19. They're kind of neck and neck, Green. Last time I looked up, they both had 10. This time, Green and Roo both have 19. End of the over, 53 for 5.
A bit lucky to still be there. It would have been a good catch from King, wouldn't it? If we did have to dive for it. He had to make a lot of ground, but probably you'd think should be taken. He looked disappointed. So Somerset got away with one there, 53 for 5. They, I say they weathered a storm. They didn't really weather it. They almost succumbed to it at the start of the innings here.
Very much eye of the storm.
It very much was. Yeah, it was good bowling. Pitch was. Pete was saying it's a belter. I think it is a belter, but he was also talking about a little bit of help to the bowlers on that, just enough help.
He says every pitch is a belter here. He's probably right, to be fair.
Yeah, this one doesn't. There's just a tinge of green from this far. I mean, Pete's been out there, so he's had a much closer look than I've got. But just from here, there's just a little bit that says to me, bowler will look at that and think, oh, hang on, yeah, there's something here I can work with.
Bit of spin then into the attack for the first time today. Liam Patterson-White, slow left arm. 2 left arm spinners in this Nottinghamshire team. Liam Patterson-White and Fateh Singh. Patterson-White getting the nod first. He's the more senior. Still a young lad, only 23. Picked up a 5 up at Grantham last year in this competition. Very much a fixture in the Notts first team in Championship cricket as well. As Green goes onto the back foot immediately, tries to cut, but plays and misses. But going to be a very, very, well, already is a very, very good cricketer, Liam Patterson-White. I think he's part of that Notts middle order for many years to come, alongside Lyndon James.
Just been messaged by Ben Peverell. Ben is someone I play cricket with, but he's also in this competition made his professional umpiring debut. He's from Somerset, so well done, Ben.
Just back of a length as well. He started just back of a length, Patterson-White, and this time it's cut away for a single. There is cover out there. That's intriguing. What an achievement.
Yeah, really good.
Who was he? Which game did he do?
He did Worcestershire against whoever they were playing on Tuesday. Can't remember who they had. First wicket, first LBW he gave.
Azhar?
Azhar Ali.
Yeah, go on. Cheers, Azhar.
Yeah. But I saw the replay, just to double check, you know, make sure that he made the right call. And it did. I think Azhar Ali was basically walking off by the time the finger had gone up, so I think he knew.
Left down into left-hander. Here's Rue, gets forward. So does he, now he still plays you, do you make him go and do the whole 50 overs? And because you know, no one wants to umpire in club cricket. It's that everyone, you always see the umpires when they're at square leg, if they aren't appointed umpires, which they often aren't once you get below a certain level. Patterson-White in around the wicket. Rue, who flicks it to Budinger, mid-on. He, you know, you can see everyone's always, the square legs always looking and saying, oh, I want a sub, can I come off? Do you make him do all 50 as practice?
No.
No, you don't.
Because the level that we play at is so low that it's sort of embarrassing for him to have to do it. This doesn't help him in any way, put it that way. There's nothing like an actual professional game that he'll see in that game.
I see.
I umpire a little bit, and then often when I get back, Ben will say, didn't like that decision or something. He'll say sort of, oh, that wasn't quite right.
I used to be scared of it when you were a youngster going in, you know, 14, 15, because some of the older chap, you know, the blokes were quite scary. You didn't want to give them out LBW, did you? Like it had to be really, really.
I try. Bet if Ben's listening now, he'll probably laugh at this. But when I'm umpiring, I really, really try only to give LBWs if I am absolutely, because I think personally, you know instantly, and then you do the checks in your head to make sure, right, where did it bounce, where did it impact, but you're instantly thinking as soon as the ball's released, I'm thinking that's probably going to hit the stump, or that's going to hit the stumps. So then you just do that. Did it bounce in the right area? Did it hit the pad? But if I'm not sure at all at that level, I think down the leg side. At that level, I think actually no, the batters probably do deserve a bit of the benefit there.
I think it's kind of accepted, isn't it, that at that level, unless you do well to get LBWs.
The problem is, and the problem is that we've all been, you know, on the receiving end of this. A lot of umpires at very low level are very happy to give LBWs. Very happy to give.
Well, there's some at much higher levels.
Yeah,
well,
and exactly. Yeah, they think, oh, it hits the leg. Probably might have hit the stumps. Yeah, out. Just push forwards.
What you don't mind, the problem you've got, right, what you don't mind is if it's, you still mind it a little bit, but if it's consistent, so if that umpire's doing the whole 80 or 100 overs and is doing it to both teams, fine, but if you've just got...
Well, you normally don't have an umpire, so you have your own team.
Well, that's what I mean, so, and that's where you have to be a bit more careful, because you don't want one guy to go out and give out 5 of his own teammates or something like that, just because he's a bit trigger happy.
Yeah, exactly, and what you don't want is little rivalries within your squad where 2 people constantly give each other out. Patterson around the wicket to Rue, who is defending there.
Yeah, it's one of the lovely intricacies of club cricket, isn't it? Having to umpire and give out your own teammates. I think anyone who doesn't know cricket and came across it, or to watch it, would find that element of it fascinating.
Yeah.
I still do.
Because that is so unlike a lot of team sports, isn't it? At that level, in a game of football, you're playing against each other. You've not got one person from one of the teams giving fouls against their own team.
Someone might run the line, but it's completely different.
It's different, isn't it? It is different. Whereas the umpire is so pivotal in cricket, such a huge, important role. This is driven aerially down the ground from James Root, and it's going to bobble over the boundary rope for 4. Nice shot. It's in to 24.
Yeah, it was lovely that. He, again, didn't quite time it, but he was always looking to do that, push it up-ish over the top, check that drive.
Pretty safe shot, even if he got the timing wrong, which he did. Still pretty safe, and brought up 4 runs. So didn't need to time it perfectly.
Well, the field's it's miraculous. There's now another field, a kind of cover point. But if you look at it, there's only 3 fielders in James Rue's line of sight here, which 20 overs into a one-day game.
Well, and that is this one is pulled across the line, doesn't get hold of it at all, comes through for a single. But that is why the scoring shots we have seen have been down the ground. It's because they've got this attacking field, slips in place. They've got quite a few square on both sides. So
it's a good mix, isn't it? Because it's very attacking with the slips in the at the backward point, but also quite defensive. What they don't want to do is leak runs from outside edges or little tucks off the hip. So by having final leg and third in, those are 1s rather than 4s. It doesn't give Somerset any release.
Nicely clipped into the leg side, but well stopped. There's no run from it. That looked like it was going through for 4 there before Hasib Hamid jumped on it.
It was a great bit of fitting. I think I either heard on the stump mic or below us someone just shout shot off the bat. I think Ben Green felt that too, but Hamid did really well to keep that, to not even take a single off that. It was excellent from Hamid.
Yeah. Very good player, Hasib Hamid. Excellent signing a few years ago now by Nottinghamshire, and he was in bad form for Lancashire. Pulled here, better pull shot than the last time he did that. And he was nearly out, Ben Green, but that'll mean another run to the scoreboard. So these two, partnership now, it was 17 for 5. So these two nearly coming up to...
don't say it, don't say it. I just had a look
48
myself.
Run partnership.
Yeah, that's better. That's fine.
What is
That's
it?
fine.
45 now, so they are, 45 runs. You can say what it is currently.
You can indeed. But I'd had looked and gone, oh, okay, that's a little bit better from Somerset's perspective. Still, though, massive work to do. Nottinghamshire very much on top. Are they the Outlaws in this competition? I can't keep track of it. They're still the Outlaws.
I'm going to say they're the Outlaws.
Because the Hampshire Hawks were no longer the Hampshire Hawks, but the Hawks are back.
Hang on. BBC Sport website is saying just Nottinghamshire.
Patterson White around the wicket to Ben Green. Those are the important things, because the scorecard I'm looking at does say Notts Outlaws.
Let's see what this Nottinghamshire is saying on there.
Well, they're all at Trent Bridge, though, aren't they?
Somerset Stalwart and Notts Outlaws 2021 World Cup captain Peter Trigo providing a blow-by-blow account of the early proceedings. So there we go.
Ah, fantastic. There we have official confirmation as Green just pushes it back. I wouldn't say it was a blow-by-blow account of the on-field action. I think it was a lot of pirate chat.
A lot of pirate talk in there.
Ooh, tries to cut that and gets bowled. Ben Green is angry with himself there. He just went onto the back foot. It didn't turn. It looked like it just shot on. Maybe he's been trying to get on the back foot to Patterson White the entire time he's been bowling. Maybe slightly back of a length, but that one has just gone straight on. And that partnership has not made 50.
I feel a bit guilty.
It's finished. Taylor's back on the board. 62 for 6 now, Somerset. Skipper Ben Green goes for 21 off 36 balls. Liam Patterson White has his name on the scorecard.
Feel quite right, the shot. Obviously not great when you miss it anyway. If you hit it, there's no problem with it. But just when it's on the stumps, you're asking for a little bit of trouble there.
It is a fundamental of cricket. If you don't hit it and the ball's on the stumps, that's a little bit of trouble.
It's the risk of taking the cut shot. If it's outside off stump, fair enough. When it's on off stump, you've just got to hit it. Simple as that.
Yeah, frustrating. And to Ben Green's innings. James Rue is still there, though. He's unbeaten on 24, and it's going to bring out into the middle another youngster with a lot of talent, with hopefully a big career ahead of him. Casey Aldridge comes out into the middle, and it's starting to, early signs, but it's starting to kind of push himself as an actual first-team player through the academy. You know, he's really come on this season, played a bit of red ball cricket too, and looked really good.
He was he was a concussion sub in that game where Somerset needed 2. Who was that against? Hampshire, I think.
Yes.
Red ball.
Yeah, you're right.
It was him and Marchant DeLanger came in as concussion subs for
Overton,
Davey and Overton. Yeah.
Well, did Somerset end up using, I think, 13 batters in the inning? Yeah. No, or did Craig come back out? Maybe it was at least 12 batters. But yeah, 13 batters in the game.
Yeah. Just while we were talking about Pete's tweet there, he's also put, "I'm going to be very impartial today," and then he's put the emoji of 2 trophies. It's like a constant, isn't it?
Patterson White to Aldridge. He's off the mark with a quick scrambled single. It wasn't convincing from Aldridge. I don't think he was trying to turn that around the corner. I think it was more inside edge than anything else.
And Rue really called him through there, just saying, "Oh, come on, take the strike for a bit." For those not wondering why he's got 2 trophies there, it's because the last 2 trophies that these 2 teams won, so their last trophy each, both involve Pete Rigo. 2019 One Day Cup and the 2020 Blast. They did one in 2020, didn't they? I was just trying to think.
He came into the side, scored runs in the final, didn't he? Man for the big occasion.
Yeah.
All that pirate chat to himself probably that day. Because Rue gets on the back foot.
Just imagine him at the crease.
Just pushes it down the ground.
Talking to himself in a sort of a pirate accent in his head.
Well, there's a lot of similarities, isn't there, between the West Country accent and the pirate accent? I think there's a big crossover.
Yeah.
You know, no
coincidence.
Exactly. 64 for 6, Somerset after 21 overs.
Got so much pirate chat.
Where is he? He's up as 12.
He's in the crow's nest. Or what else? Where else did he go? Captain's.
Does he have a captain's log?
I guess he's writing in his captain's log.
Or
he's probably a few rums deep.
He'd look good with a parrot on his shoulder, wouldn't he? That would add. I wouldn't be surprised if he turned up to one game with a parrot on his shoulder.
Have you seen his sort of trouser-shoe combination today? Let's get back to the cricket. Patterson's just bowling this one, defended by Rue.
It sounds a bit weird to say, but I haven't got as far as the shoes yet. I've got the trousers.
Salmon pink trousers.
But he's had his feet under there. I mean, has he got the Hello Kitties on?
No, he hasn't got his Hello Kitty trainers on. He's rolled up his salmon pink trousers, so you can see quite a lot of ankle. And he's wearing sort of bright red shoes along with the salmon and the sort of pastel blue shirt.
Do you reckon they were white trousers and he just put them in the wash with the shoes?
Red. Yeah, could well be.
It must have been that.
Patterson around the wicket to the left-handed Rue. He's getting down on this one. 64 for 6 now. Somerset struggling. The start of their one-day campaign, missing I think 10 players. Some with injury, some at the 100. Tom Abel was supposed to be at the 100, but he's injured. His hamstring injury ruling him out of the 100.
Laughing at a tweet the County Cricket podcast has tagged me on. I'll talk you through it in a minute. It's hard to describe that.
Patterson around the wicket. This is pulled in the air and we'll go for 4. Rue finding a boundary, taking on Patterson. Good applause here. Somerset enjoying those as shots when they come. They just haven't come often enough. And interrupted by so many wickets. Go on, Sam.
Well, I don't know how to describe it. I just had a short sleeve jacket on. I think it was.
Had a gilet on.
Had a gilet on. That's what it's called. Yeah. You got your cricket when you've got cricket commentary at 12, but a trip to Taunton Farmers Market at 6. Thank you, Aaron, for that.
Yeah. You're a busy boy. Although they don't have a. Oh, they do have a farmers market. They don't have like a cattle market here anymore.
Oh, they used to.
Edgy from Rue, going down towards the fielder at deep fine leg.
You too young for that? Used to be over the road.
Yeah,
used to go on a Saturday morning.
Remember.
You'd go in and something they'd be selling, obviously, and it was sheep and cattle, but you had no idea. It all happened so quickly, and I could not understand a word of the auctioneer. It was just so quick, but people seemed to know what was going on.
Yeah, no, I was born in Taunton, but never lived here until I was sort of 20. So Taunton, because I grew up in Wells, the other side of the county. So if you needed to go to a big town, it was either Bath or Bristol, really. So I didn't come to Taunton all that often. Just avoids the edge of Casey Aldridge. And then really, I followed Somerset, but never really came to games until I was in my teens, really. So the market had gone by then, and it still pretty much looks like it did the day they...
It was so busy. It was thriving. It used to be so busy. It was great fun. 10p crisp, you get the old, not knockoff, but not the main brand crisps. 10p, all the different flavours. Gorgeous.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous 10p crisps. Does sound like a day out, Sam.
They'd be 45p now. 10p crisp are long gone.
45p, you're living in a dream world.
Am I?
More, about a quid, I should think, if they're sold separately like that now. It's ridiculous.
They'd always be, and you know, I'm not going to get anyone into trouble because you know time has passed, but they'd always be there, not to be sold separately.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that goes. That sort of thing happens a fair bit, like village fairs and stuff. You'd always get and buy a little thing and it'd say not to be sold separately. As a kid, you just spent 20p on a Panda Pop or whatever it was. 69 for 6 here. So yeah, Sam and I ended up on the same train. So had you been on it since London?
I got on at Paddington, the 7:04, Charlie. I was
7:04.
Alarm went off at 5 to 6. I'm one of those people that I need to be at the station half an hour early. I can't cope with being last minute.
God, you're quite close to the station then.
Patterson White gets Rue onto the back foot, inside edge, almost plays on. I can get there in about half an hour, which is not too bad.
Because I was at Southampton last night for the 100 opener. And so I had to get to the Southampton Central Station for 7:15. That's where my train was. Again, just defended. But I hadn't really been. In fact, I'd never been to the ground before.
Nowhere near
so I did
Southampton
not
Central Station.
know just how. I knew it wasn't in the town centre. I'd heard people say that the ground is not really in the town centre.
That's an
It's not really in the town. It's not really Southampton.
Little panel sweep there from Rue. I think he's going to pick up 4 from it, actually. Nice touch. There is a chase, but I think it's going to be in vain. James Rue. Lovely little shot. Was down on one knee early. No real risk. No short fine in. So even though it was slightly aerial, he was absolutely fine. Yeah, you're a good 20 minutes away, aren't you?
Yeah, in the cab. Yeah. Because we were staying in the hotel just by the ground. So yeah, it's about a 20-minute cab ride. But he managed to get me there. So I didn't know. Because I'd not been there. I booked it a little bit early. So I booked the cab at 6:30. Managed to get there just in time for the 6:47. So I caught the earlier train, which meant I was then able to get on at Westbury, where you got.
I see.
8:22.
Must have been smug. There's a field change as that fielder does go into short fine, and Rue trying to drive that into the offside, just flick it into the onside really, and he's ended up pushing it uppishly.
There was a. Do you want to hear one of the? It was quite a quiet train, wasn't it?
It's amazing. The old 7 o'clock out of Paddington used to be heaving.
Really?
Reverse sweep this time. Doesn't get all of it, but will pick up a single. Yeah, those trains. Paddington was horrible because you get the commuters to Reading. Like they'd be standing room only. Even going out of London, it would be standing room only.
And
those
then
early
after
trains.
Reading, it would quieten down. Right.
There was me and one other person in my carriage today.
Well, I think I had 3 people. One of which was on the phone between Castle Carey and Taunton, which I don't massively mind, unless you're in a specifically quiet carriage or unless they're having a particularly horrible conversation, which does happen. But this one was an interesting one.
Aldridge tickles it down to fine leg. There was a bit of protection for Patterson White. Go on.
So his phone rang. And he picked it up and he said, "Hello, Sandra. You'll be pleased to hear my stomach's much better." And I was like, "Oh, no." And he said, "I've sat myself near the toilet in the train and I've made excellent use of it," is what he said.
I love the conversation people have out loud.
You just think there were 2 other people and they were just, and I was there going, "Oh, don't use, please don't make me, please, I hope I don't need the toilet between now and then." But yes, he said, my stomach is much better now. So I was pleased to hear. Whoever you were on the train heading to Exeter, he was getting off at Exeter. Glad to hear you were feeling much better.
Well, that's the most important thing in the story. Obviously, the gentleman had been unwell, and he was on the mend.
He was, and he was quite happy to tell everyone just how unwell he'd been. Maybe he'd had a dodgy sandwich in London or something.
That happened. That's what you get in London.
It's
all dodgy. It's all dodgy.
Can't move a dodgy sandwich.
Wouldn't get that down here.
No, only the finest. So we Chapel again. To Aldridge, who's playing this into the leg side. Can bat Aldridge. He's in the team for his bowling, really, but he's a useful batter.
You were queuing for your sandwiches this morning, is that right?
Yeah, I was queuing for my sandwiches. Yeah, so I went to very good sandwich shop, not too far from the ground. And
not going to name it.
I can name it.
Yeah, you can name it.
It's called wickets. It is.
Panny Van, back in my day, mate.
Yeah, Panty Van. But then they decided to be more cricket themed. They've got some Somerset shirts up on the wall, some signed ones. But it's popular on a match day. You've got to get there early, otherwise you get stuck in traffic like I did. Driven. Oh, he's found the gap perfectly there, James Root. Square drive. Through the gap all the way for 4. And I tell you what, Root is playing some nice shots here. Finding some runs where others have failed.
Yeah, just used the pace, didn't he, of Zach Chappell over pitch and just lent into it.
Yeah, went for egg and tomato today.
Did you not flash your press pass to get to the front of the queue?
Bit of black pepper. No, don't flash my press pass to get to the front of the queue. I know what you do now.
I don't. I get someone to bring it to me.
Yeah.
I wait for someone like Charlie Taylor to say I'm going to the sandwich shop.
Well, luckily you weren't here. Oh, it's gone all the way through. Big drive.
Saw me at the station. Could have asked.
Oh, by that point,
could have fought ahead.
I hadn't even got my bike. I needed to get my bike at that point. Bike's going in the car. I had to move the car here, then dump my stuff up in the commentary box, then go back out for breakfast. At that point, I would have asked, but I don't know what you were doing. Skiving somewhere.
I was having breakfast though.
Oh well, you didn't meet to bring you any then, which is double breakfasting.
You're right. I was picking up some shirts. One of the auction is finished, and a few chaps are picking up shirts today. Nice. So I've got to deliver, haven't I?
Just pushed into the offside. How did it go in the end? Because that's finished now, hasn't it?
Best part of 4 grand.
Wow.
Still waiting for the payments to come in, and to the company who do it do take a little cut because they've said it. They've saved us a lot of work on the website. I wouldn't be able to set up a website like that, but I reckon we'll end up with 3,600, 3,700.
Brilliant stuff. Well done you, because I know how hard you worked on that. So brilliant stuff. Did you? Did I see a Banton shirt?
Yeah, Banton shirts being picked up. So the Somerset shirts, as you'd imagine, went beautifully.
Yeah.
I think Rudolph's shirt went for a couple of £100. The stools as well, those one-off foot stools were absolutely brilliant. They were loved.
And, just banging that one into the pitch there. Ducking out of the way is Casey Aldridge. I had a chat with Tom last night, Tom Banton, after the game. He's a bit disappointed with his own performance, I think, but he said he's feeling good. He came off the back of that first-class century, and then next game he's playing 100-ball cricket live on free-to-air telly. It's a big difference.
Good to see it happening for him. He said on the live stream last week that he was starting to feel like he turned the corner. He'd had a rough patch and had actually was feeling in form again, so hopefully he can carry that into...
And because I heard him say that, I put him in my fantasy team. Didn't get me many points last night, but that'll change. That one's just driven but not timed.
Yeah, early days. Do you...
Early days.
So I've never got into fantasy
This
teams
is the first
like
time I've ever done
is it? And so do you reckon you're going to be... Because some people tinker all the time.
Well,
are you going to give Tom Banton a bit of a chance to score you some points?
Yeah, absolutely. I quite like the way they've done it in that they do it in blocks, and they'll tell you which teams are playing in which blocks. So the first block's actually really short. It's only 4 teams playing. And I don't think everyone clocked that. So I loaded my team full of only those 4 teams players. Whereas others have kind of like got players that are guaranteed to get
and then
0
you can
points.
swap,
and then into the next block you can change them, yeah.
And is there unlimited transfer or is there a limit on it?
I think it might be unlimited for the blocks. I think it might be unlimited.
Then in which case other people have missed the trick there. Then.
Yeah.
Why would you have anyone who's not actually playing in the block?
So they haven't
you
made the rules.
You didn't text anyone to tell them that.
But I had James Vince as my vice captain, so he got me 1.5 points for his good game last night.
Rue drives down the ground off Liam Patterson-White, picks up a single. Brett Hutton does the fielding. In good form in all forms of white ball cricket, James Vince. England, every time he gets runs, everyone talks about England. He's had a lot of chances, hasn't quite done it. But after a poor summer from England with white ball, his name's got to be in that T20 World Cup reckoning.
It has to be, for what I saw and what I've seen in for Hampshire. Oh, gone.
Aldridge dances down the track and is stumped. It was a smart bit of work. I mean, Charlie Taylor was very gracious there, allowing me to continue that over, but I really cut the Nottinghamshire wicketkeeper's name is one of those ones that does not roll off my tongue easily. So I'll have a go. Dane Schadendorf, I think it is, but it's one of those that does. You know, some names just don't. You get a mental block on them, and his is one of them. Schadendorf.
He's Zimbabwean, isn't he?
Yeah, good bit of work. Rue was done. I think it turned a little bit. It was almost the flight. He saw him coming and dragged it down a little bit.
Aldridge, yeah.
82 for 7 now, Somerset. Liam Patterson-White has a couple. It feels like it's all on James Rue here for Somerset.
Big ask for a young man. very big ask indeed.
Incoming batter for Somerset, number 64.
Looks like it's going to be Peter Siddle next to the crease. No mug with the bat in much earlier than he would like to have been. It's going to be, I think, a supporting role. Actually, Superstar is going to be supporting the youngster here. It's about trying to make sure that you can hang around enough overs to allow James Rue to make what he will hope is a big score. Jack Brooks and Sonny Baker to come. Not seen much of Sonny Baker bat. Jack Brooks is not a man you'd want to send out looking to hang around. He gets on with it. It comes off. He's a bit effective when it comes off. But I wouldn't be sending him out saying, can you try and do 20 overs and just turn over the strike for Rui, please, Jack.
Well, we're not. Somerset aren't even halfway through their overs yet. That's where this game has got to, is that we're only 24 overs and a bit in. And just 3 wickets left. Well, this is not what the crowd in Taunton, well, most of them anyway, would have wanted to see. On a glorious day, this is a perfect day to have a nice long game of cricket, 100 overs. But we're going to see, well, the way it's looking, we're going to see a lot less than that. But James Rue might have other ideas here, but it will take a lot of effort from Siddle and potentially Brooks and Baker as well.
Siddle then to face his first ball, left arm spinner, Liam Patterson-White bowling at him. Keeps it out.
So just to quickly finish off that point, yes, Tom Banton will be kept in there because I have faith in him, and also there is a strong Somerset bias in my fantasy team, including Riley Rousseau.
For defensive there from Siddle. Well, Rousseau, I mean, he's taken his Somerset form back in the South Africa side for the first time in years. Scored exactly. Did he get 90 in the second ODI?
Not out, was it?
Didn't watch much of those African Fest. I was actually up at the Grange in Scotland watching them play New Zealand. It was lovely on the back foot there. I had a whiskey cider. It was my dream. I like whiskey.
Ooh.
We did the Johnny Walker whiskey tour, which I would recommend to everybody. It's really interactive, modern. They spent a lot of money on it. It's really, really good.
Nice.
Patterson-White around the wicket to Peter Siddle. Turned it around the corner for a single. Was that off the pad maybe? Yeah, leg by to end the over. So Somerset have lost the wicket of Casey Aldridge. They are 82 for 7, halfway through their innings, having been put in by Hasib Hamid. Not brilliant for them, but yeah, went to a restaurant. I was thinking, do I fancy a whiskey or a cider? And on the menu, there was a cider that is then left in the whiskey barrels for a little bit, so it gets an infusion. It was gorgeous.
Wow. I was on a stag do at the weekend, and we did a distillery tour as a group, which was great tasting as well.
This was more, so Johnny Walker, because they blend stuff, they don't have, they own distilleries, but they just use an inordinate number, and they have access to almost half of the barrels of whiskey in Scotland, which is millions, by the way. And so they don't have a distillery, but it was really amazing, really well done, and you got to try a few whiskey cocktails and highballs, they call them, as well, with soda water.
Just defended there by Siddle. So the one I went to, we were in Wales, rural Wales, which was lovely, but it's the Penderyn distillery. And,
you a whiskey drinker, generally?
Not massively, no. But I had a bit of tasting there. Once you get over the power of that first blast of it in your first few sips, then we started noticing the different flavours. But you kind of there's like a perfect window, because then once you've had a few more, you then stop noticing anything. Chapel in, again defended.
Well, they have these, it's fascinating, because they have these master tasters whose taste buds must be so well, it's a natural thing, because with a blend, you're basically aiming for the same, every whiskey bar, it's not a perfect science, but so you're aiming for the same overall flavour, you've got a range, but you have to change the recipe each time, so there's such subtle changes. I have to be honest, when people say, oh, it tastes a bit like this, I either kind of like it or I don't. I can never necessarily pick up. I wouldn't without someone telling me know what the flavour was.
Chapel in again over the wicket to Siddle, he's flashed at that one, and he's found a gap pretty much through point. Well, there was a bit of width on offer there for Siddle, and he used it. Bit risky, but he found the gap. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. He placed it perfectly.
Yeah, there was a gap. There was 2 fielders there as well, but there was a gap.
Yeah, it was a risky shot for sure. But yeah, they were telling us how they use, this distillery uses different barrels of other alcohols, so Madeira, sherry, port, And once they started to explain it, I could taste the difference. I just defended back down the pitch. So once you've sort of guided through it,
yeah,
but
exactly.
if you'd just given them to me and I tried to explain them, I would have had no clue.
I could tell you they tasted different.
Yes, I could tell you they're different, but what, how, I don't know.
Here he is, back in the back of the commentary box, Mr. Trigo. I've just noticed, Charlie was telling me about your trainers. I said I hadn't got all the way, I hadn't got that far down. It sounded a bit weird. I got as far as the trousers.
It's the red and the pink together. It's the light pink trousers with the bright red trainers.
Yeah, I've told you what that is there. They were in the wash together. They were white trousers.
Oh, I don't know what Siddle's tried to do there. He's trying to flick it onto the leg side behind him and might have hit the toe end of the bat or something.
It looks like he's got a special guest with him as well, Charlie. There we go, how about that, eh? I'm going to dip out now to make it a bit more seamless.
Well, let's bring in Pete once Sam's made way. Thanks very much, Sam Dalling alongside us. I'm Charlie Taylor. Pete Trigo coming in too. And he's going to be bringing in... Are you bringing in a special guest, or is?
Well, I don't know. Myself and club legend Andy Caddick were just having a coffee. I don't know if he wants to be lambasted into the chair, but I'm sure he'd be happy to have a little chin wag. We're going to have to find something to talk about because things aren't going so well, apart from the emergence of young James Rue.
Yeah,
showing up the rest of the lineup at the moment, playing beautifully.
Certainly is. Found some lovely shots, picking his gaps nicely. 90 for 7 now. 90 runs for a loss of 7 wickets with just 26 overs gone. Still 24 to find here, but it's going to be a long 24 overs for Somerset. James Rue's got to just hang in there and keep finding those gaps.
Yeah, it's going to be one of two things. It's either going to be over or it's going to be quite a turgid next hour and a half, I suppose, just for Somerset to post a score that is something like defendable. Things haven't gone to plan. I mean, cricket doesn't always go to plan, does it? I suppose it's about scrapping. It's about trying to, like I say, post something that the bowlers can have a little go at. You know, at least double what's on the board at the moment. If young Rue can keep going as he has been, batting beautifully, batting with a calm head, way above his years. Can't be more impressed with what I've seen, to be fair. Yeah, like I've mentioned earlier, I saw him play a little bit of junior cricket with my lad. Blossomed into a very fine player. Peter Siddle at the other end. Hopefully he can long handle a couple and hang around for a while. Not sure how he'll look to play things, but...
Well, he's already pushed one through the offside uppishly with 2 fielders not that far away from it, but he found the gap. Went for 4, so he's going to play his shots, I think.
Yeah, it looks like Brett Hutton's getting loose again to probably follow Zach Chappell to keep the threat coming as Siddle pushes through the offside. Out to Ben Slater, picks up another couple.
Yeah, fair old drive there. He's not just looking to get Rue on strike. Siddle coming in at 9. Probably enjoying that experience of having a couple of wickets in the bag that he can... You know, he's got that almost a safety net where he can maybe play his shots a little bit more. That's another one.
There's no doubt Pete Siddle can bat, that's for sure. We know he can bat. You know, the majority of times that you would see him bat at the moment would be coming in with 3 or 4 balls to go and swinging the willow. So, you know, like every player that's come in down the lower order way too early, they have had an opportunity to show what they can do. Hasn't worked out for some, but James Rue making hay and Pete Siddle, yeah, he can hang around.
And do you think, obviously, he wouldn't pick this situation for Somerset, obviously no one would, but do you think there's part of him that actually almost likes that opportunity? Not every game, clearly, but maybe here thinks, right, well, this is a bit different to what I normally do. Quite fancy trying to score some runs carefully.
Well, every bowler likes the opportunity to bat. I don't think he looked like he was enjoying the Zach Chappell bouncer that nearly hit him in the head a couple of balls ago. Too much, but you know, if it's double spin from both ends, I'm sure he'd be licking his lips at the opportunity to have a little knock. But yeah, certainly not the scenario you want to be finding yourself in too often as the overseas bowler, having to bat as if you were a number 4. Yeah, Somerset haven't quite got going today. 94 for 7 at the moment, 23 overs to go, and it's going to be a limp to the end either way, I suppose. probably I would suggest there isn't really a licence for young Rue or Sids to play many shots at the moment. It's about surviving and trying to post a, let's face it, under par total, but I suppose you've got to be at least, you can't win the lottery without buying a ticket, I suppose, can you? So, you know, a 150, a 160 score, at least you've kind of bought half a ticket. Over to you bowlers, as Brett Hutton comes back into the attack from the river end. Still managing to get a little bit of nip out of this pitch by the looks of it. Those grippy nippers are still lurking around there, Charlie, so, you know, Pete Siddle and the other Somerset bowlers will certainly feel like they've got some attributes out there to use.
Yeah, and interesting, we've seen a bit of spin now from Nottinghamshire. How would you use spin when Somerset come to? Would you look at getting it on early, or are you going to go with your seamers first up to just try and blast out a few wickets?
Well, you'd think that, you know, 6 of the 7 wickets have fallen to seam, especially up top where the ball did look like it was doing a little bit. So it would make perfect sense that Somerset have got to strike with the new ball to stand any chance, really. I think that is the scenario. Somerset are going to have to take 2 or 3 early wickets and at least ask questions of the Nottinghamshire middle order.
It's that risk, isn't it? You know, put pace on, you've got an attacking field in, there are gaps. Batters might actually fancy taking on a bit of pace, trying to get the run scored on quick, because you know, net run rate may well come into it. They might be thinking of it already in the early stages of this competition. So it's a
the other factor is with the spin question, really, Charlie, is that Somerset's spinners are kind of one-day defensive, keep the rate down bowlers. They're not necessarily, you know, 4-day bowlers that are going to take fifers. Liam Patterson-White, Fateh Singh, you know, they are bowlers that have that, you know, proper spin bowlers, aren't they? That you would pick in a 4-day team to bowl sides out. So I would say that, you know, a lot rests on the Casey Aldridge, Sonny Baker, Peter Siddle opening blasts.
Hutton in again. This one just pushed forwards there by Rue, getting onto his toes a bit. 96 for 7.
But all that's a long, long way away. We've still got 3 wickets in the shed. We've got a lot of overs to play with. It's not going to be exciting cricket, I don't think. It's going to be nudge nurdle, wait for the occasional bad ball, and again try and post something that Somerset bowlers can at least feel that they can have a little bit of a go at defending.
Nottinghamshire have had slips into the seamers all the way through. Couple in for Hutton. Oh, just missing the edge of the bat. Coming forwards there, Rue, taking a couple of steps.
I mean, from here, that looked like a really good delivery that just in on the angle, nipped away. I don't know if we can get that on replay. I think we can. That looked like a really good delivery. Just straightening towards the slips. James Rue holding a good position, though, so not getting the edge. But still managing just to do enough.
He looks really disciplined, doesn't he, Rue? Looks someone who's in control of his game, which for a young man like he is, that's really good. Flicked into the leg side. That, yeah, will just bounce once inside the rope. Well timed. And Rue moves up to 47.
Quality shot. James Rue earning the right to play those shots. He spent some time at the wicket, batted with maturity. Again, way beyond his years. The young man, he's looking superb.
And you might have heard the announcement, 100 for 7 now, so the 3 figures now up for Somerset. 7 wickets down though. Siddle there on 11, Rue on 47.
At the end of the 30th over, representatives from our partners Hygos will be...
Yeah, it's going to be a case of the Somerset bowlers just supporting the young man, seeing how long they can stay around, you know, get some partnerships together. You know, a couple of 40, 50 partnerships here gets you up to something like a total. I mean, I suppose that's the danger sitting in the commentary box and the fans that are at the ground. When you watch a game at Taunton, you get used to or accustomed to quite large totals. So anything sub 200, I think you would probably look at as in quite a defeatist manner, I suppose.
Well, the thing is, sub 200, when you think in a T20 game, Somerset hit 265 here against Derbyshire. You know, that in 20 overs, you can easily chase sub 200, really.
on the pitches that we saw in the T20 Blast this year. That hasn't been a struggle.
Yeah, it didn't strike me as that good a pitch, to be fair. Like I said, it was very. I think the pitches in the T20 had that sort of white look about them. This is more brown. It looks like there is a little bit more of a dry crust on the top. You know, once that lacquers off the ball, you know, the spin comes into it. There's a little bit of seam on offer. So certainly not the batting paradises that we saw through the Blast.
Got a few people out on the balconies. Got some right at the top, the penthouse. Communal area at the top there. A few other people watching from their balconies as Somerset struggle to a total here.
Yeah, the penthouse at the old Pegasus building, isn't it? The old should have a barbecue on the go. A couple of bottles of Cristal or whatever. I don't know. Just do you do that in the southwest at a penthouse? Or
I think
is that more LA?
Scrumpy cider.
LA, Long Ashton.
Long Ashton, yeah. There we go. The penthouse actually looks quite nice today. Quite warmish thing with a good big glass frontage, as that was just tucked into the leg side. We'll come through for a second run. They'll be fine there. Crowd appreciates a good running. 2 runs added. Peter Siddle might not have been quite so pleased for the second run. But actually,
it was his call.
He's fit as a fiddle, is Siddle. So he's, yeah.
It's a bit of a tongue twister, that, isn't it?
It is a bit. Quite hard to say. But yeah, as you say, called him through for the second run. So he's been out cycling a lot, I notice on Instagram. Keeps posting pictures of him going out cycling.
All important. Bit of cardiovascular fitness there at Sid's, and he's scoring some very valuable runs today already. Moving on to 12. James Rue, 48, nearing a debut list A 50.
He's Somerset's 3rd highest scorer at the moment. Siddle. Just 9 runs behind Ben Green's total of 21. It's 104 for 7 here on this sunny day in Taunton. Another good ball from Hutton coming around the wicket, but similarly to the last time that happened, Rue holding that shape, protecting his stumps, and the ball goes past without taking the edge of the bat.
Yeah, it just looks like from start to finish, well, from the very start, Nottinghamshire bowlers have had complete control of this game. There's been a couple of spurts of runs being scored, but all in all, every over seems to contain at least, you know, 1 or 2 player misses or potential wicket opportunities for the Nottinghamshire team. They've bowled well, you have to hand it to them.
Definitely. Bowled really well.
Certainly the opening spell of Zach Chappell. You know, staying around with Nottinghamshire. I think the done thing these days is when you sign, you end up going on loan towards the back end of your contract, but Zach Chappell remains a Notts player through this Royal London, so he'll be looking to leave the club with some fond memories. He certainly created a few today as James Rue top edges one, and it's flown all the way down to Fateh Singh, 3rd man, and that's the end of James Rue. His resistance has been brought to an end. A really well played 48, the only real sort of shining light of the Somerset innings so far, sadly comes to an end. A quite peculiar dismissal, the one of Renshaw and Rue, almost a summary of the way the day has gone for Somerset today.
Disappointing, just trying to flick it, I think, into the leg side, and then it took the top edge and went into the offside. So
it's very unusual to see catches down at 3rd man. To see 2 in a game is very peculiar. Like I said, it's almost indicative of the way the day has gone for Somerset. Nothing's quite gone the way of the Somerset side, and Nottinghamshire are in a really strong position now. 104 for 8. And in fairness, looking like this innings might not last the 50 overs.
Yeah, and that was the wicket out of the 2. It's the one they wanted, because now they've got Siddle and Brooks together, and Nottinghamshire will fancy their chances of wrapping this up in the next maybe 3 or 4 overs.
Yeah, Brooks will be handy on this wicket when there's a little bit of nip on offer. He He's just celebrating this week, signing his contract extension, keeping him at the club for the 2023 season. So good to have him around. Showed his quality when he went off on loan to Sussex, picking up a fifer. Nice to see him back in a Somerset shirt. He's got a big job to do. Probably didn't expect at the start of the day that it would be with bat in hand, but he could be quite an awkward customer. I've bowled at Brooksy a few times, and the ball does ping off in some very peculiar directions off of the bat of Jack Brooks, but he will certainly fight fire with fire and have a little bit of a scrap. Really good competitor.
Yeah, that's one of the things about Jack, isn't it? That he will never say a game's dead. And that's an important mentality to have, someone or a few people like that on your team, if not all of you. As that one's just a bit of a exhale there from Hutton as he came in. A bit of extra effort on that one, perhaps, into Jack Brooks, who dealt with it pretty easily, really, just defending it. 104 for 8. Somerset have been.
Yeah, I don't think there are any demons in the pitch. I think it is just one of those days. The Somerset batters have just been undone by some good line length bowling. A couple of poor shots along the way, a couple of poor options, and I think in one-day cricket, if you allow a bowler to bowl, I think it's just quite a comfortable place to be.
Brooks is off the mark. He's up to 1. And the crowd here quite quiet. They would have been hoping as well. You mentioned it, that Rue was approaching his 50. He was on 48. So that potential moment, something to cheer about for Somerset fans, taken away as well.
Yeah, he deserved a 50 as well.
Yeah,
I think
he
played really nicely. And like I said, it was quite an unlucky way to get out. Really, came down the wicket trying to access that mid-wicket area that he did the previous over. Unfortunately, just got the leading edge of the bat down to third man. Bit of a shame, really.
There's some T-shirts going to be thrown into the crowd at some point, I think, around about now. There we go. Hi, Goss, just throwing in some...
Well, my favourite colour, purple as well. Wouldn't go with me shoes today.
Not a lot does, Pete. Doesn't stop you though, does it?
No, it wouldn't stop me. No, so I am the classic gets dressed in the dark kind of guy these days. I just, grab what feels nice in the hand and what smells nice to the nose, and off we go.
Well, I think you look a picture. It's the not only have you rolled your pink trousers up quite high, sort of midway up your calves, you've also got your white socks pulled up high too.
Oh yeah. Well, that's what socks are for, aren't they? Pull them up, protect the ankles.
It's just defended. What are you protecting your ankles from?
So you don't like this? You don't like this get up, do you?
Have we got? Yeah, look at that.
What do we reckon? What do we reckon, troops?
Pink,
that's
white,
right,
and red, all in one, with the blue top as well. And just cut away to backwards point. No run. Let's have a look.
So what do you think? What do you think, Charlie? Is that
the red shoes.
You got anything in your locker that looks like that?
Not that red. No, certainly not shoe-wise. Looks like you've just come off the pitch for Wales or something. So that was just pushed down.
Do you know what?
Welsh Fire. They play in that red.
Do you know what the best thing is when you've got an eclectic dress sense? Is the stuff that you like is always in the sale because no one else
likes it. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I just like it's just discounts. I went into the lovely little menswear shop down St James Street, Alpha, and I always go in there and all the thing that I'm naturally drawn to, and it just happens to be the sale rail. It's perfect. It saves me a fortune.
So if you describe your style, it's just sort of sale rail style.
Just mate, I do me.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Always have done.
Well,
myself and Darren Vaness, the old S&C.
Oh, yeah.
I can remember he came down the stairs. We were on a wage. We were playing Surrey at the time. Actually, he was coming. We were staying at this quite nice hotel in the sort of Fulham, Chelsea area, and he came down the stairs, and he had a bright green T-shirt, red shorts, orange shoes, and a yellow baseball cap or something like that. And I said, "Jesus, Daz, you look like the inside of a packet of Skittles, mate."
Oh, damn.
Can't all be grey, can we?
No, it's good. I wouldn't change it.
Today is a little bit grey out there. It's beautiful, cracking sunshine. We've got the start of the Royal London performance. unfortunately, has been a bit grey so far. It's very, very one-sided. I was really hopeful. Actually did predict a really, really cracking 100 overs of cricket. I don't think we're going to get 100 overs today, Charlie.
Have you been taking Segway lessons?
Segway lessons?
Yeah. As in not on a Segway, not the one with
Is
wheels.
that the electric?
No.
I certainly have not.
Segwaying from one topic to another, that was perfect. In comes Hutton again, this one straight at Brooks. Oh, it's a shout for LBW, but he's come forwards. So
Might have got an inside edge on that. That looked quite adjacent. Wonder if we can get the reverse angle on that one. If we got an inside edge, that looked very, very straight.
There's you doing
I don't think
Segway
it's. I don't think it's Segway, and I think it's more. Oh no, it's certainly going down the leg side. That one.
No real issue with that.
I'm a lateral thinker. I think that's what happens. My brain just tangents off into different directions. That's why we end up with these
Random
crazy conversations at times.
Well,
we enjoy them. We hope the listeners
I enjoyed
do
your
too.
pirate stuff a lot. Hutton again. Was that? That looked like bat to me, but maybe it was bad.
Bit of a trapper. I think he's trapped that.
I also don't think it was going to hit the stump, so I don't think.
How do you feel about? I know, you know, I throw it under the banner of the pirate thing. I always used to like a theme, you know, that everyone in the team can get behind and enjoy and create a bit of buzz and a bit of laughter from time to time. I never wanted to take myself too seriously, but there was actually always an edge. You know, I know you were at the back of the commentary room when I talked about I viewed my role as a captain to get people in the right frame of mind, because the coaches get them into the right technical frame of mind in terms of how they bat, bowl, field and all that kind of stuff. For me, being the leader out there on the field, when it went flat, I always wanted something that I could, come on now, get back on the ship. And I just, you know, it might sound quite funny, the whole pirate ship thing, but actually I could just look at someone that I felt was drifting in the field, especially a young group of cricketers. Oi, back on board.
Yeah.
I'd only have to say that, and the next 10 overs they'd be buzzing around and flying. I
like that.
I always felt that was a big role as a captain.
Well, I like it because you're not having to go at, you know, you're not telling them what to do. You're kind of, it's a gentle way to sort of say, oh, come on, you know, you're not, without having to actually say it.
If anyone dropped the catch, walk the plank.
Walk the plank, yeah. Yeah, which then instantly lightens probably their mood a bit, doesn't it? Gets the pressure off them from feeling like they've just let the team down. So I think it's good. I like it. I start using it in my own daily life. Turn my house into a pirate ship.
Oh, the dream.
Not literally. Ducking under that one there, Brooks, not surprisingly. Leaving it
Gallons of rum.
Yeah, absolutely.
Treasure.
Haven't got any of that.
No, that was the metaphor for getting wickets.
Finding your treasure.
Taking the treasure.
Nice.
And this kind of evolved over the season, and whenever we were away, I used to make a thing of trying to steal the coin that the opposition captain did the toss with, and that was the first bit of treasure for the day. Oh dear, I really was.
Hutton in. Oh, this one, big flash from Brooks. It's going to be safe. It's going to trickle away for 4 once. It's almost.
What a great shot.
He's lofted it over extra cover.
What a great shot there from Jack Brooks. Class. Classy lofted drive there. The top order would have been proud of that one.
Pitched up a bit, and yeah, he's flicked it really well, hasn't he? Driven it.
There's a bit of a license to thrill here, you know, for the bowlers. You know, the batters, bar James Rew, have come unstuck. You know, at the end of the day, they're not defending as in trying to save the game. It's about runs at the end of the day. So I'm sure the conversation might just evolve to, if you fancy a go, have a go. Could actually just liven the game up. Put the bowlers under pressure, see what happens. Well, I mean, what's the worst that can happen?
Well, they're only on 110 at the moment. Siddle now just able to bat that one back towards the bowler, Patterson White.
I personally used to hate tailenders that used to play shots, because you knew they could just from nowhere get a real ugly 30-40 that wrecked your bowling figures, put those extra few runs on the board. You always felt with a tailender that just blocked it, you were just, you know, they were tailenders for a reason. They were going to make a mistake at some stage. If they weren't hurting you on the scorecard, you were quite happy for them just to block it around. So
shot beat Siddle there, just rocking back, pushing it into the offside.
Brooksy, he'd be one of me sea mates on a pirate ship. He definitely fits. He fits the MO of what I'd be looking for out of a pirate.
He'd be right on board with that metaphor, wouldn't he? He'd be right on there, all the pirate stuff. Probably coming in with an eye patch or something one day. Or walk around pretending he's got a wooden leg.
Yeah, so when he had his ankle injury, he looked like he had a wooden leg.
Full toss.
Fit as a flea now, though. 38, still doing the business, and like I said, celebrating a extension
for at least another year
contract. Yeah. Fantastic news.
Good stuff for Brooksy. And what I like about Brooksy and his attitude is that he's still still changing his game. Like his T20 bowling, when he comes in, he's not on the team every day, every game. But when he comes in, you can see he's got all those variations. He works really hard. He's a player who knows his game so well. He studies the game, even though he comes across maybe like he has a bit of a maverick. Actually, he loves his cricket and he plays it in a clever way, but with freedom, which I really enjoy watching.
I think that's often the way with the people who are perceived as mavericks. I think they're comfortable being that way because they've got the comfort that they've done the work. You know, they put in the hard work. They've honed their skills, and they can then let their characters flourish. The quieter lads, they're generally the ones who are less confident, not necessarily as people, but of what they're actually going to do on the field. Because ultimately, that's how you judge as a sportsman. What's he bowling like? What's he batting like? Are you taking wickets? Are you scoring runs?
Simple game cricket, isn't it? Really?
There's not many funny characters that stay around the game too long that don't score runs and score wickets.
Yeah, 33 overs gone. She's got 17 to go, so pretty much an hour, really. Well, there should be about an hour left of this innings. These two, I'll be hoping they can get Somerset most of that way, if not all of it. As Brooks just pushes that forwards, trying to drive it.
Dave Patsy looks like he's in really good rhythm today. Dangerous bowler, has that wicket-taking knack, gets the ball to do things. You could always tell how he's bowling, based on his approach to the crease. He looks in very good rhythm at the moment, much to the dismay of the Somerset lineup. Could have done with a couple of part-time bowler, if there's such a thing in modern-day cricket. A few free runs here and there, but Somerset being made to work for every run as Brooksy tries to go over the top there and cloths it to Sam King there at mid-off.
He was half interested, wasn't he, there, as the ball was in the air towards him. Brooks on 6, Siddle on 14. These two got a big job to do. Somerset just 112 for 8. Angling the back there is Jack Brooks. Finding Budinger. Solomon Budinger. It's a great name.
Isn't it just?
Pretty quiet crowd. It's a good crowd. Well-sized crowd, but they haven't seen too many fireworks from this Somerset side today. Early wickets, and they just kept chipping away here. Nottinghamshire. Patterson's over the wicket again. Brooks has a big old drive at this one. Doesn't get all of it. It's edgy into the leg side, and they'll come through just for a single.
Certainly looks like Brooksy's going to have a little go if it's pitched up, which is good. Got to get this scoreboard ticking over. Got to get some runs on the board. Good time to do it. Still in that period, Nottinghamshire, where they're still attacking, so that creates some spaces. 2 slips in at the moment. Get a couple of runs while they're still attacking before they spread the field and the boundaries become harder to find. Got to get at least 150, 160 on the board.
Just gives you something then, doesn't it? Just Siddle defends it. Maybe one game in 20 you'll be able to defend it, and you don't know is this going to be that game?
You never know. You do keep scrapping. You don't give up, and that's these two in particular will certainly not do that. They'll be talking. They'll be talking about what's defendable, and they'll back themselves as well. You've got guy with a fantastic test record, and Brooksy that's, you know, super confident of his skills, and rightly so. You know, they'll fancy themselves for a little 5 foot as
Big
Sids has a massive hack at one. Patterson catches the outside edge. Another good catch from Matthew Montgomery at first slip. Somerset continuing in the form that they've showed all day. 113 for 9 now. These 50 overs are looking a long, long way away.
Yeah. Well, you said that they'd be trying to play their shots a bit there, Siddle.
Yeah,
just
I don't
opening
think
up.
No criticism there. I mean, I think it was quite clear that the two batters out there, Siddle and Brooks, when it was pitched up, they were going to have a go at it. But the Nottinghamshire bowlers have just been too good today.
Yeah. Don't have any criticism of that. You don't. These two with a job to do, try and score some quick runs if they can, try and take the runs when they come. But the bowling has been very good today. Sonny Baker then comes in. Probably not how he imagined his. Well, he probably didn't think he'd get a bat at all.
I don't know anything about Sonny Baker's batting. I haven't seen him bat before, so this will be a new experience for me. Hopefully, well, if his black, you know, matching black gloves or anything to go by, he must fancy himself. You know, if you wear black gloves, you've got to be a good player, surely.
Well, they're your gloves, Pete. Black gloves.
Well, no. If you did anything like that, you kind of back yourself, don't you?
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say.
He scored 7 list day runs with a high score of 7 not out.
Oh, there we go then.
So an average of 7. And obviously made a duck as well.
Okay.
So not a lot to go on, I'll be honest, and that just from his 2 innings. But
not a huge case study, that is it? But hopefully he can hang around a little bit. Brooksy can get a bit of long handle on a few.
Brooksy's just pushed this one out into the offside from Patterson White, who is into his 9th over now.
Awkward customer to bowl at, Jack Brooks. Get him on strike. Be brave, Brooksy.
Should mention that Hutton is now bowled out, so he's taken 2 for 27 from his 10.
Yeah, certainly not the figures you expect as a bowler coming to Taunton. The 2 maybe, but
yeah,
you don't expect to go at 2.7 runs and over here, that's for sure. So the Ledge has bowled very well, deserved his wickets. He's actually bowled with not a great deal of luck either. Dane Patterson's come on, also 2 for. Well, they've shared them around, haven't they?
Yeah.
Zach Chappell a little bit more expensive, but 3 pretty key wickets.
Absolutely up top. Baker's off the mark. Brooks is on strike now. And again, just giving himself a little bit of space there. Forcing it out to the fielder. He's just forwards of point there. 35th over, still 15 overs after this one to go. Just 1 wicket left here for Nottinghamshire to take. That's Baker clipping it to the leg side nicely. Bit of a chase on here, they'll come back for 2. Just finding a bit of a gap in the field. Moves on to 3, Brooks is on 9. My guess is that a few people here, 20 past 1, there'll be a few hungry people thinking about lunch here, especially with 9 down. I think lunch not far away. Oh, big appeal.
Got a little grumbly tummy at the moment. Charlie had my breakfast at about 7 o'clock this morning. Could definitely do with a little snack.
Yeah. Hint to the caterers, basically.
Well, I'm thinking Sam, our co-commentator, is probably behind there snacking away, but you know he keeps his snacks close to his chest, doesn't he?
Yeah. Just defended.
Painting a very incorrect picture of a very, very nice and generous man, but you know, who needs truth in this world? Fake news. Sam Darling doesn't share his snacks.
He's gone. I don't know what's he done. He's
gonna get me a biscuit, isn't he? Oh, what a man!
Biscuit.
What a man! Thank you very much. Oh.
What's he gone for? Oh, I'm going to go for a cookie.
What a man!
Great
stuff. Little shortbread finger.
Well, Pete, you're going to have to. I'm going to leave you right now with that biscuit. So let's see what it sounds like. Pete and biscuit commentating while I make room for Sam.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Prepare for a moment of silence. I think these are pre-COVID biscuits. It's a bit stale, that one. Sam,
You should be used to that on your pirate ship. That's what you get after months at sea.
Oh.
You'd have a fairly stale biscuit.
I've had one bite of that. I think I'm going to get scurvy.
Again.
Dane Patterson coming into bowl 2. Jack Brooks. A few lusty blows required here from the Somerset tail ender as he jumps back onto nearly his stumps and defends that one away. Brooksy adorned with a ginormous, great big arm guard. Looks like a single bed mattress, to be fair. It's so big.
They're funky gloves he's got on as well. You quite like that. You went all black, didn't you?
Yeah.
In the white ball game.
Gray Nichols made me some black PT7 gloves, which was pretty cool. I know, obviously, you know, the other brands have copied. But that's fine. Being a trendsetter's never.
They're not the original PT7s, though, are they?
They aren't. I think. You know, Jack's sponsored by Miller Champion Hall that make their bats just over the way, just over the back of the indoor school. Make some fantastic bits of wood, some funky kit. Look after a lot of the Somerset players as they did back in the day. I remember growing up watching Mark Lathwell play for England with his original stickers.
He was a player, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was a fantastic player. Great bit of fielding there from Sol Budinger.
Yeah, they kind of gone back. Somerset players have almost gone back to them, didn't they? I remember when I was growing up, everyone was using them, and then they went away. Do you remember? Do you know Bradbury Bats and Paul Bradbury came over and played club cricket? Paul and Sally over at Taunton Cricket Club. I played a bit of cricket with them, but they went through a phase where almost the entire Aussie team were using their bats. I don't know if they still are.
Yeah, well, I know. It's quite a feather in the cap for Miller Champion Hall. They were making bats for Sachin Tendulkar at one stage as Dane Patterson goes right through Sonny Baker's defences. 35.4 overs. Somerset are all out for a rather disappointing 119. It's been a great performance, bowling performance for the Nottinghamshire team. Credit where it's due. Somerset have just been found wanting, bar the performance of young James Rue. I thought batted with a calm head, with a great technique. The rest of the lineup, there's not much to pull from a positive perspective out of that performance, Sam.
Yeah, not much at all. From a Notts perspective, very positive. Everything's gone right, hasn't it, for Hasib Hamid? And I was just having a look at the scorecard and what you said a bit earlier about being aggressive. They've only used the 4 bowlers because they knew it wasn't going to go 50 overs, so there's no risk, even though suddenly, in theory, if it had gone 50 overs now, you'd have to use 2 more bowlers for those last 10. But they knew, they kept the pressure on. They had 3 slips in for a long time, then down to 2 slips. They didn't give Somerset any freebie runs either. There was a third and a fine leg in at all times. So even those edges of those tickles around the corner, they were just one. And it really has paid off. Zach Chappell, he had 3 for very early on this morning. 3 for 35. He finished with Brett Hutton bowled beautifully. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 27. Dane Patterson, what a bowler to bring on first change. Started with a wicket in his first over. It was a big one too. George Bartlett caught behind. 3 for 28 for him, and Liam Patterson White. 2 left arm spinners in the side for Notts, but only one of them required. Just complete dominance.
Yeah, credit where it's due. Hassamid has marshalled his troops well. You know, as you see from the scorecard there, only really 2 contributions of note. James Rue batting very sensibly for his 48. Captain Ben Green looked good in patches for his 21. Unfortunately couldn't carry that on. Peter Siddle 14, Jack Brooks 10, and then a whole lot of binary.
Yeah, not much there, is it? What is extras is about 5th top scorer there, and that was only 7. I mean, no blame on the bowlers down the bottom order. It's just they'll have to have. It's not gone to plan. They'll have to sit down together, the top order, work out what went wrong. Hopefully, move on from it quickly. They got no chance in this game now, have they?
I mean, it all hinges on an opening burst from the bowlers that's going to yield 3-4 wickets and put the middle order under pressure. But the middle order of the Nottinghamshire lineup is full of quality that have been playing in the recent county championship. So I think there's, you know, on paper there's that depth, but you know, it's over to the Somerset bowlers just to. It's a free roll at the end of the day. No one expects Somerset to defend 119 at this stage, at the halfway stage of this game. So again, it is a free roll. I think I would urge the captain to attack, keep slips in. You have to bowl. Well, you have to bowl Nottinghamshire out. There's no two ways about it. You almost want to encourage them to play some big shots. Keep the field up.
Does it change chasing such a relatively low total? Well, it's not relatively, it is a low total. Does it change how Sol Buddinger goes out and plays?
Sol Buddinger only has one mode. He will want to impress. You know, he'll want to catch the eye of the 100 ball teams. He'll want to cement his place into next year's T20 Blast team in the Nottinghamshire lineup. You know, for me, he will play his natural game. He's a destructive player, and he will look to do so. Ben Slater's just a class player. Hassamid, we all know how he's going to play. He's got all the shots, but a class player. Yeah, it's going to be tough, no doubt about it. There are 6 very, very fine batsmen in the Nottinghamshire lineup that have pretty steady first-class records up behind them. So, no doubt Somerset are up against it. But again, it's for every sort of situation where there's, you know, the backs are against the wall, that it does create an opportunity for someone to put their name up and be a hero. Get yourself a 3 for 4 for, put the pressure on the Nottinghamshire side, because let's face it, this is game 1. It's not the end of the world in terms of qualifying for the next stage. Still plenty of games to right the ship, but you know, one of those bowlers can you know, stake a claim on the rest of the season and get some confidence for the rest of the series.
So you've got Aldridge and Baker as the young prospects, Siddle and Jack Brooks, the quality performers. They've done it over a period of time now. Baker in last year's competition took the lead ball. He's the quickest of the bowlers, the out-and-out pace bowler. But does the low total, if you're the skipper, do you have to start with Brooks and Siddle because of their experience, or would you go with one of the other 2?
Yeah, I don't think Sonny Baker's the quickest. I think Casey Aldridge is standout the quickest.
Is he?
Yeah, definitely. I don't know. I mean, part of me would say Sonny Baker and Casey and see what happens, but let's face it, you know, the records, you know, and the type of pitch it is, there looks like there's nip on offer. So Siddle and Brooks would probably be the sensible option. Brooks, I think, definitely will take the new ball. I could see Casey potentially doing it, but my gut feeling is that, you know, Sonny Baker is in the team for a reason. He bowls quite an unusual shape. He bowls in swing to the right-hander, which is kind of unusual. So, you know, it's second season syndrome, I suppose, will be you know, Sonny Baker's biggest challenge this year, because all the batters will know that he bowls in swing now, so have probably had they can think about how they're going to play him. So it'd be interesting to see how he goes. But you know, you've got 4 quality seamers, no doubt about it. Ben Green's just got to attack, flat out attack, and from the bowler's point of view, they just got to be confident, get to the top of their runs, and their mindset has got to be to take wickets. It's not about going at 2, 3 and over, because that's not going to win you a game of cricket.
That wins them in 45 overs, doesn't it? And so, field-wise, similar to what we saw with Notts, a couple of slips in, defend those short third and fine leg boundaries, but just get them driving, give them the space, and if they play drives and they come off, so be it. That's all you can do.
Well, I think one thing that will create opportunities is big shots. You've got to encourage the Nottinghamshire players to try and hit boundaries. You encourage them to do that by keeping the field up to a sensible, you know, in outfield, you know, maybe have a deep square leg once the power play is over, if it even gets that far. Third man fine leg, and you've got to, like I said, you've got to take wickets. You've got to keep your catchers in, because if Nottinghamshire get through the power play and go into knock mode, and Ben Green spreads the field, it'll be a very, very dull game, and Nottinghamshire will win at a canter. So it's all about taking wickets. Encourage them to try and hit over the top, which might lead to a few mistakes and a few wickets.
Probably the most important question, do you think Hasib Hamid will be carrying on the pirate theme in the team talks, both before and during the game? What would he be saying to them? No.
Haas is very much his own man. He will have his own style, his own ideas of leadership, and I have no doubt he's very, very good at it.
Have you seen him? I mean, we saw how much quality he had when he came on for Lancashire, when he played for England, struggled for a couple of years, but seems to have found his game and a bit of rhythm again at Notts in the last couple of years. Didn't happen straight away, did it? But has Peter Moore's been a big influencing factor on that?
Well, Peter Moores, I think he has a big influence on everyone that he comes into contact with, in my experience and my opinion. Haas is a fine player. You know, he got picked for England so early, so early. Probably didn't really know his game, and you know, hopefully, you know, the England selectors realise this. I mean, he's got a lot to offer. Maybe the perception is he wouldn't fit the Bazball mode of playing, but he's a high quality player. I played against Haas in one of his first class games for Lancashire, and you felt that he was a great accumulator of runs. But I suppose the negative, he didn't really have a huge attacking game to intimidate you as a bowler. Whereas over the last few years, if you bowl a bad ball to Haas now, he puts it away. So yeah, he's developing. He's hungry for runs. I mean, he's got a good record. I've no doubt it will get better. So we'll see how that goes. I mean, one of the great things is for his game, he's, you know, I suppose, however this is perceived, you know, he's not going to be winging off to franchise cricket at this stage in his career, because, you know, he's ultimately a more classical player who's going to be, you know, test match, 4-day cricket. That's going to be his thing. But, you know, no doubt about it, he's going to be a very, very good 50-over cricketer as well, because you can't have bish bash bosh from 1 to 11. You've got to have players who play the James Rue role and just knock it around and anchor the innings. Still a long time to bat.
Yeah, he's not played that much list A cricket, Hamid, but that is just a sign of the times we're living in, unfortunately. But he does have 100 before, made 103 on his list A debut for Notts. Looked like that was against Warwickshire. Right, well, we're going to find out if Somerset can pull off a miracle and turn this one around very shortly. But we're going to disappear for a second or two, and we're going to leave you with a fine video by our friends at We Cricket. They were down training with the Western Storm over at Taunton Vale a week or so ago, and we're going to show you that video right now.
We're back. 500,000 subscribers is our goal. We're 360k. We're getting there, aren't we? We're just digging it out. But what we've decided to do is up the strike rate. We're going to give away a bat at 500,000 subs. Yep. 28% of you, only 28% of you are subscribed. But we're back in Taunton Vale today, which is a cracking looking place, to be fair. And we've been invited down by Western Storm. Sophie Luff got in contact. She was like, do you want to come down? And we're like, yeah, all right. But essentially, it's going to be us versus Western Storm, so that's going to go well, and we're going to lose another one.
Yeah, and like we've done a few things already. Yeah. I've been put through my paces.
Come on, mate, do it properly.
That's as far as I can get on that.
Jeez. Good. You got no chance on this one.
Nice.
Is that better?
Yeah, really good. I reckon at the start you'll be good, okay. And then you'll get a little bit confused once you get more than one colour called in.
No. Right, let me do that again.
I can't do it, mate. So what's this one? It says it's, oh my word.
Yep, this is going to be too much.
I always forget which way it is first.
Oh, and he shelled it.
Not cut out for this.
No?
No.
Done all right there, mate.
That wasn't too bad.
Well done.
It's hard. It's really hard, that.
Good. Be round the house like this.
Yeah, you probably would, yeah. Yeah, your mum goes, apple orange, and you go.
Right, here we go. So we've got 5-over challenge. Come down here and we'll have a look at the pitch.
So Western Storm have won the toss.
Yeah, they're going to have a bat.
They've elected to have a bat first.
Hybrid pitch, and as you can see, quite dusty.
Fresh off 100, right? Get that in there now.
Yeah, fresh off 100, but we'll see how we go.
Okay.
I reckon the pitch is in his favour actually here
today.
Yeah.
Just don't pay him any compliments.
Bring it on, Kez!
Come on.
Here we go.
Oh. Oh, shot.
Where is your field?
Not there.
Bit in this wicket.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Yeah, that's 6.
Oh.
That's 6, Kez.
That's 1.
She's getting you a little, mate.
Oh, that's well bowled.
Oh, there's actually a conversation going on here.
Not as slow as that one over there.
Same field. I'm going to come round the wicket.
Leg spin around?
No, it might not be leg spin.
Oh.
Don't know yet.
This is going miles.
Oh, yeah. It's a good job there's a net there, isn't it? That's well bowled.
Get bow.
We need another ball. 16 off 1.1.
16 off 7 balls, yeah.
Oh, that's got to be a dot, please.
No, it's
Thank you. Oh yeah, maybe one. Ah! That's going to be another one.
21 off 2 overs.
Oh yeah, shot. 2, yeah. Oh. I'm going to have to move somebody here, aren't I? Oh. There we go. 24 for 1.
Oh.
See, that's the pace I've
That's
got to
the
bowl
ball, I reckon. Don't bowl that one at Gibbo though.
Oh, yeah, that's 2. That can't be going for 4.
Nah, I don't think that's 4. Oh.
That's no run.
Sight screen, Gibbo. If I tell her sight screen, then she'll slap it over mid wicket.
Okay.
Oh. Oh, Gibbo.
Oh.
Oh. Don't bowl it there, Kez.
That's 1 bounce. Give me 1 bounce.
That's gone, mate.
No. It's a long way out there. Oh, yes.
Well done, mate. It's a dot ball.
Oh, that's out. Surely that's out.
Yeah, I reckon that might be gone. I'll give you that one.
36 for 2. What do you think I should bowl? Like, genuinely, what should I bowl?
I've been told that Sophie quite likes playing on the offside.
Okay, I'm going to come round. Oh, that's bad. That's 4. 1.
Oh.
1.
Oh. So slow.
47, 46, 47 to win.
Yeah.
I'll ask as if it matters, but where is the field?
Field.
Third fine. Cover. Square leg.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, this is horrible.
Oh.
Oh, Gibbo.
Well, I've hit one. Come on. I haven't got a shot.
Oh, that's a good shot.
2?
Shot, Smeedy. 2 off 2 then.
2 off 2.
My mid on and mid off have gone back. Third and final up.
Old.
What am I chasing? 14? Oh,
big hack.
There was there. There was there.
Keep your shape.
I've missed it.
Head down.
That was there. I think I'm 2 off 4 balls here.
Oh,
it's good.
well, Gibbo.
Very good.
Unlucky that.
Do I get any runs for that? Hey, where can I? Can I do anything?
Mid off's gone back. Third's up.
Thank you.
Change the field every ball here.
Oh.
Oh.
That's dirty. Just a single.
That's over.
Yeah.
So 3 off the first over.
Oh yeah, yeah.
What's he playing?
Oh god, yeah.
What's he?
I'm going to go 3 leg side. So long on, deep mid wicket, square.
Yeah.
And deep cover. Got one, great shot for 1.
Oh, that's so good.
Toe cruncher.
That's too good.
Ah, missed out.
Eyes lit up there. Right, on.
Yeah, all right. I think I'm off 6 off 9 balls.
Oh.
Little single, got to be nice. Oh!
Oh my word.
Great shot for 1.
I reckon we got a chance here.
Oh.
Oh, bold.
9 off 12 balls.
My field is cover, long on, long off, mid wicket. Oh! I'll give you 4 for that.
Thank you very much.
That was a shot.
Double figures.
That was a pretty good shot.
Oh! 1. Oh!
I don't mind that though.
Good dot.
Oh, that's a shot.
I actually think that's a bloody good shot.
I think that's very good.
Oh!
19 off 3. Oh, Christ's sake.
2 overs to go.
I've got same field as before, Dan, so 3 leg side, cover.
Okay, I don't think that matters, but thank you.
Oh, it's hit well. It's hit very well.
Catch it! Our field has bottled that. Oh, I said it.
I know it goes relatively well when they don't say anything.
Yeah.
So.
That's gone. That's gone. That's a poor shot. So we're back down to 25 now.
Is it really?
You donut. So 24 for 1. Last over. Oh, you idiot. Oh.
Oh, you
yeah, good
gozy
shape.
git.
Try and hit it a bit harder next time, mate.
So I lost that, did I?
Slightly, yeah.
Oh, sweaty.
Overs. A reminder, Nottinghamshire after lunch require 120 runs to win here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in the Royal London Cup.
Peter, Jamie, Jack,
Hey guys.
2 old grommets sitting out training. Bit tired after a week down up in Southport. Boys are smashing it around. It's a nice little place to play cricket, this, isn't it?
Lovely place this. Second best after Taunton.
Taking some poles there, have you?
A couple. Made a few runs.
Lost a few Ashes series here?
No. It's actually been quite a very good ground for Australia in Ashes series. If anyone wants to go back and watch my innings in 2019, feel free.
How many did you get?
40 odd. Next Smitty and I'll put on 100.
What a player.
Hey!
The rocket.
Wowzers, look at this guy!
Rocket!
Hey!
What?
How are you feeling?
Rocket!
Here he is, here with the greatest physio alive. What do you think of the day so far, Phil?
It's good. The weather's good.
What a day.
Crowd looks like they're warming up nicely. Yeah, it should be a spectacle.
Let's hope so.
Let's get through it. Can we get through it?
Don't know. Come on, Lammers. About to take on the Hollies, yeah?
Yeah. Packed today. Sun's out. Hey, it's so busy here.
It's hot, isn't it?
I'll give it a busy and that's today.
Right, so we made it around. Safe set's bouncing already and it's only... What's the time? 12:30. Good luck to them. So we're about an hour out before the start here. The boys just going through their warm-ups.
Shot. Have some of that.
Get that one all right, Luke? Get that one all right? Well there, Sarge. No pressure, Lammers. How was the switch back to the white ball Golders after nearly 200 runs?
Yeah, weird. Just had to try and throw my hands through, you know, get my hands through the ball. Connected alright with a few, so if I'm needed tonight, hopefully I can deliver.
Sure we will.
Proper holiday sun lighting here.
Tough day so far, Greg.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't sling another ball.
Come the boys.
Are you ready?
Have a light.
Come on, Somerset.
Say cheese, Root.
Just please tell the camera what happened yesterday. Please look right in there.
Casey,
what did I do
Casey.
yesterday? Tell them.
What, me or you?
No, me. Tell them.
Yeah, you missed out on a hat trick, big time.
Sorry? I scored it.
I think we should keep the camera well away from the football pitch today.
No, it's what it needs to see. Especially this man.
This is what the people come to see.
There they are. Great football as well, generation.
Guys, for me it's a really simple message. I think it's a continuation of the journey we've been on in this campaign. We've just got better and better and better, and what's grown is our confidence, and more importantly is our skill levels. And that's what today's about. It's about executing skills better than the opposition. Whether we bat first, bowl first, in some respects is irrelevant. It's about being really calm, really composed, really clear in what we're trying to do. And we've done it brilliantly, so draw on those experiences, keep communicating with each other, and take responsibility. There's a real sense of inevitability for me about this group, and more importantly than anything else, enjoy the day. Unbelievable occasions. There's going to be moments where we're on the back foot through it. Take your time, stay composed, speak to your mates, and enjoy it. Aves.
Yeah, just let's play for each other today, boys. We deserve to be super confident, playing so well. And the final thing for me is let's get stuck in. Let's enjoy it. Let's get real competitive today. Yeah. Good luck. We're going to look to bowl first if we win the toss.
Sounds good, boys.
Let's go. Oh, you filthy!
Here we go. How long are we waiting for the start? Half an hour?
About half an hour, mate. The big fixture.
Boys are ready, warmed up.
Just going to get some bowling in, bit of fielding. Let's go smack some.
So Lancashire, it is Smeedy. Thoughts on that?
What?
Thoughts on Lancs?
Decent run chase, isn't it? It's on an 84. I think if you're 94 and off the power play, otherwise you don't.
Looks like a good wicket.
Hopefully, means it's a flat one and lots of runs.
Looks like that. So I've got the most important job here. Where's Stumpy? He's in third here.
Stumpy, come on, you knackered! Too hot. Stumpy's too hot.
I just zoom. Stumpy's really... He's lost it under the mat here.
He's coming out.
There he comes, there he comes. He was third going in there.
Yeah.
He's stuck. Oh, he's down. Oh, he's down. He's up, there we go. It's already over and Stumpy's only on the second obstacle here.
Excellent Yorker to finish from Roland van der Merwe. He's bowled very, very well, has van der Merwe. 2 for 29 off his 4 overs, and Hampshire's finished their 20.
I'm ready for football. The bowling's alright at times.
But my strike rate's excellent.
But your strike rate is good. So if you're not playing, cameraman looks good. Well then.
Absolute sticky grass out there. Almost stick.
Absolutely beautiful. Over pitch, half volley.
Another one, another beauty of a slower ball. Siddle gone very first ball, and Hampshire have booked their place in the Vitality Blast final for 2022.
Lancashire.
Obviously your efforts are reflected the efforts of the campaign been quite outstanding. There's no doubt there's some learnings from it, but it's not for today.
I know obviously today didn't go well our way, but we've reached final stage twice now in the last 2 years, and there's not many clubs who can say they've done that, so I know it's disappointing, but let's keep our heads up and keep playing the way we do, and we'll be back next year and we're going to win it. So I know everyone's a bit disappointed, but yeah, obviously we got here last year and this year as well. Not many people do that, so let's just keep backing ourselves and have a good rest of the year.
To wrap up, echoing that, Brian, you've been a part of this team, mate, so thank you for everything you've provided, giving it everything. Coaching staff as well, you know, don't get the sort of recognition you deserve sometimes, so thank you so much for everything through this campaign. So you've got plenty of the season left to go. And everyone else, thank you for your efforts, you know, unbelievable campaign, disappointing we weren't at our best today, you know, I think we know better than that, but let's keep putting ourselves in these positions, alright?
And that is a wrap for our 2022 Behind the Wyvern series. We really hope you've enjoyed seeing some behind the scenes footage. We've loved filming.
Welcome back to Taunton, and this slightly disappointing effort from Somerset with the bat, but what can they do in the field? This game isn't over yet, so there's plenty still to come. If you are just joining us, 119 all out Somerset from just 35.4 overs, so they left 14.2 overs out there. They've got what would be a paltry T20 score on this pitch, this ground. So feel like Nottinghamshire here should get things done probably within the amount of overs that Somerset had left, if they kept going quickly. But if they take early wickets, who knows what might happen. I'm alongside Sam Dowling. Pete Trigo will be here as well. Sam, massively disappointing first innings for Somerset. Is there any hope that Somerset can get something from this?
Not for me. Charlie, I hate to be blunt. I know you're meant to say, well, there's always hope, and if they take a few early wickets, they've got them 3 down. The problem is, Somerset's batting display was awful, and they limped to, what was it, 119. So like, not even if they have a shocker knots, they still only need 120 to win. I would love them to. It'd be something special, and I'm not, writing Somerset off for the tournament. They've had a bad day at the office. It was a bad start. That can happen. It's very easy. That can happen. We can analyse it all we like. You can have a bad 45 minutes, Knots bowled beautifully, took 5 quick wickets. Today, getting something out today, I think is going to be extremely difficult.
Well, Jack Brooks will start us off. It's in the air, and this is how Nottinghamshire are going to play it. We're seeing a big pull shot first up. They're going to come back for 2. They're not hanging around here, Nottinghamshire. First ball pulled, not particularly well, but safely over the infield. Of course, we're in the power play for quite a long time, it will feel like, for Somerset. 10 overs of that. Well, if they go at 12 and over in the power play, that'll be that after 10 overs, which is, well, it's unlikely, but it's not impossible. Jack Brooks coming in again. And this one is just angled outside the off stump there. Is Slater's bat, but the ball avoids it. And they've come through to the keeper for no run.
They've got to bowl them out. If they are to have any chance,
well, it's the only
I don't think they have. If they bat for 30, 40 overs, it's less than 2.5 an over they need throughout the entire innings. You've got to bowl them out. 2 slips in, arguably could have a 3rd in, just got to be really aggressive.
Brooks in again, this one in the air, no fielder out on the boundary. That will go away for 4. First boundary of the Nottinghamshire innings, and already 6 runs to the total after just 3 balls. So Nottinghamshire, we perhaps wondered what we'd see. Yeah, they are going to chase this and chase it quickly, because that will also help their net run rate very early in the competition. Although only 8 games, Nottinghamshire, this is their 2nd, so it's not a long competition, but net run rate could be absolutely crucial. As this one is then put over the offside this time, through cover, and that will be another 4 to the total. 10 runs already down. We're in the first over. Just 110 needed now.
Yeah, not a great start from Jack Brooks. A little bit too short, basically. Ben Slater is a very good player. I love watching him county championship cricket. He knows his game really well now. Played a fair bit of list A cricket, got 500s, averages 54 in list A cricket. And he's the one that's meant to come in and just bat normally. Sol Budinger at the other end really does smash it. I saw him score quick fire runs. There's only 40 odd down at Guildford. He was playing off the back of a 38 ball 100, I think, in the T20.
Brooks again, this one again played through cover, this time along the ground. It's gone through point really, and that is another 4 to the total. Expensive first 5 balls. Already 14 runs. I said if they went at 12 and over, I've already had 14, still a ball to spare. This is great stuff from Nottinghamshire. Brooks not finding his line here.
Well, he went from too short, tried to push it a bit further up there and went too full, wasn't it? It was a half volley. Outside off stump. Ben Slater is going nicely.
Brooks in again. This one is fuller and much better line, and that one they can't get away. And it's a dot ball. So 14 from the first over, which means that they only need 106 more runs here at Nottinghamshire. They've got 49 overs to do that in. So at the moment, Somerset already, after just 1 over, massively on the back foot.
Yeah, and I'm just peering out towards the pitch. Peter Siddle and Sonny Baker were both walking up towards skipper Ben Green, and it's Peter Siddle, which I think is probably the right decision. Experience, you've got Siddle and Brooks in the side. It hasn't worked with Brooks. Will Brooks get another over? I don't know. With Aldridge and Baker, but with needing wickets, you want your leading players, your most experienced players. Jack Brooks and Peter Siddle have plenty of that, and you feel that with Brooks having been quite expensive first over, he might come back. Siddle is going to be key, quality performer. He's going to bowl at Sol Budinger.
Well, Pete Trigo, who used to play for Nottinghamshire, said that Budinger just knows one way of playing. He has one way to go, which is...
He smashes it.
Yeah, smashing it. Yeah.
Two slips in. Hildreth and Renshaw wait. Budinger, full of ball, driven hard towards Baker, who has a shy at the stumps, keeping Ben Slater on his toes. Yeah, only a youngish lad, 22. It's just so hard to break into that. Like, how do you get into the Notts white ball side when you're a white ball player and you've got Hales, Duckett, Slater, Joe Clark as the top 4? That's a very difficult team, T20 side, to break into, and then they may sometimes bring an overseas in to that mix. So this is the competition where he's going to get a go. He is going to play one way, you'd imagine. Pulls that one away off his hips. It's going to fall just short. Ouch. Ouch, he's made that look very easy. Is that Casey Aldridge or is that Jack Brooks down there?
It's not Jack Brooks.
It's not Brooks.
Headband.
It just bounced just before. It is Jack Brooks. Sorry, the headband is hiding.
Covered. Yeah.
He's not rubbed it, but that looked like it just popped up and hit his knee, didn't it?
Yeah, I thought so.
He made it look very casual. It kind of bounced about 2 yards for it, hit his knee, and he just gathered it and threw it in. I'm pleased, and I can rest easy that Peter Trigo has now been fed behind us.
He's left half a biscuit on the desk in front of him.
I know, I saw that. I saw that. Out of you know, you do something nice for someone. Yeah. Around the wicket then to Slater. Opens the face and they pick up a single, goes to the right of Goldsworthy at backward point. Yeah, Budinger. 114 it was off 38 balls in a second 11 T20 game. Like that is just the kind of player he is. Exciting to see, and this is the competition where he'll get those opportunities. Such a strong Notts side to break into, T20 and red ball. Slashes Siddle down the ground. There's a chase on. Sonny Baker tried with the dive, but it was in vain. He tried to cut it off straight. Ben Green puts the knee slide in, but it's a boundary. It's not the most convincing shot from Budinger, but you can see what he was trying to do, basically trying to hit every ball to the boundary.
Yeah, went over the head. Well, it went down into the ground, then bounced over the head of Siddle, who tried to reach it. Baker couldn't collect it as he dived, and then Green had to follow it all the way to the boundary, so 3 people couldn't stop that one.
He got, looking at the replay, it was a slightly unfortunate bounce for Baker as he slid with his hand down. It just bobbled and popped over it. Swats it down the ground again this time. Baker does do the field. Just a bit back of a length, and Budinger was trying to pull it, but it was away in front of square. Baker does well at mid-on, but you can see what they're trying to do, Notts. They probably don't want to still be here in 30 overs time. They'll be on that motorway.
Yeah, we're heading back up towards
an
the
hour
M42.
and a half.
Yeah.
We talk a lot about the travelling involved in the county cricket this season with the scheduling, so they won't mind too much if they get get back to their beds at a reasonable hour tonight. Short pulled, past mid-wicket, 4 more to the total. Sol Buddinger's been trying to do that the last couple of balls, probably hasn't quite been short enough. That one was, and it flew past James Rue at mid-wicket.
Yeah, well, at the moment, this is all looking extremely easy for Nottinghamshire. 20 runs from 2 overs when the total was only 120 that they needed, so they've already knocked off a 1/6 of what they needed to do.
100 to win now. 196 to win even, sorry with that last boundary.
Oh, sorry, that's gone up to 24. So 24. So down to 96, already into double figures here with 10 wickets and 48 overs to play with. This is all going Nottinghamshire's way. It has done since the very, very early stages. Renshaw hit a boundary, didn't he? A lofted drive. And after that, it has all been Nottinghamshire. Nice cameo, really, from James Rue. His high score in List A cricket couldn't quite get to 50. But apart from that, not a lot to cheer about for these fans. Brooks, this one into the leg side. Good news is for these Somerset fans is they'll be able to get in home in time to watch the 100 game.
I'm just going to leave that as dead air time for you, Charlie. You can go down that road if you like. I'm going nowhere near that. Thank you very much.
25 without loss here.
You heard it there from Charlie Taylor. Get yourselves home. Leave now.
You did text me yesterday to say if you think you're getting away with going to 100 games.
I said good luck first.
You did say good luck, thank you.
And I congratulated you.
Brooks in this one angled down to the 3rd area.
Because
it's a single.
I mean, to open up the 100 like you were, and I shouldn't talk about it too much, but you know, as a broadcaster like yourself, it's a real feather in your cap. So congratulations for that.
It was sort of a backhanded congratulations.
It wasn't. There was a genuine congratulations first up, but you know, I did say your media pass probably shouldn't work when you first come back in here.
Just goes past the edge of the bat of Ben Slater.
It's been expensive, Brooks, but that's a couple of balls now. He had one to Slater in the first over, I think it was the second ball, where he just hung it up on a good length, and Slater has been a little bit indecisive. But already, you see, that start for Notts has meant that Somerset have gone from 2 slips down to 1. And when you know you've got to take 10 wickets to win the game, you want to have your 2 slips in, really. You need your bowlers to be bowling well enough.
In the air, but this one's going to land safely towards the deep third, and they run through for another single. Throw goes over the wicketkeeper's head, but it's all being backed up, so no extra runs there. 27 without loss. Better from Brooks. Hear how quiet it is in Taunton. They want something to cheer about from their side. Haven't seen a lot to really get behind. That one is a big old swipe from Budinger. Doesn't connect though, goes straight through to Steve Davies.
Like on the first tee of a par 5, that, wasn't it?
It's a bit.
It really was.
Yeah, it is a bit.
But why not? He's under no real pressure, really. He's just been probably told to go out, play the way he plays. Yeah.
And if that had connected, that would have been, I think, probably heading into the old cattle market here, Firepool area. That one he does get hold of, but only just to hit it straight into his pads. So, no run added. Much better from Brooks, who's come back well. 27 for no loss after 3.
Yeah, well bowled that last ball from Brooks. Saw Budinger, he lined up the same shot there, didn't he? Just moved across outside. Off stump, looking to heave it over mid-wicket, and Brooks just bowled that outside off stump Yorker, really. Tucked him up. Well bowled. Jack Brooks, Peter Siddle to continue then, if you're just joining us. Welcome. Somerset bowled out for 119 knots. Batting now, they're just 3 overs into their innings. They've raced to 27 without loss. Ben Slater's got 17 from 10 balls. Sol Budinger 10 from 8. So they require just 93 runs to secure their second victory of this Royal London Cup campaign.
Interesting that they only use 4 bowlers in their. You mentioned this as a point. They're saying that actually they knew from an early-ish point in the game they probably weren't going to need more than 4, so they just stuck with the same 4, who bowled really well. Patterson, White, Hutton and Chappell. But they didn't
Sounds like a law firm, that.
Well, all of them together.
Yeah,
Patterson, White, Hutton and Chappell.
Yeah, you get kind of like the longer the 4 partners merge. Yeah. Like a high street law firm.
Yeah.
Right, if you say Pato in the Notts dressing room, you've got half a chance of being right.
Well, yeah. Well, how many other 3 you could probably answer to that?
Pattinson.
Yeah.
Patterson.
Yeah.
Pattinson White.
Patterson White.
Is it?
Yeah. Patterson
White. Yeah. Pattinson.
Any players called Patrick?
Pato.
Don't think so.
No.
Shame.
Oh, flashy drive from Slater. Nipped back towards him, the left-hander there. I think that went underneath his battle between Bat and Pat. It was a bit like in the Somerset dressing room. If you say Tom, particularly once Tom Coda Cadmore arrives. He could have a top 4. Is it top 4, top 5?
He could really legitimately be a top 4 of all Toms, couldn't it?
Banton, Coda Cadmore, Abel, Lammonby.
Yeah, if you've got Banton and Lammonby opening, and then the other 2 at 3 and 4, whichever way they decide.
I think Renshaw's Thomas, isn't he? I think Harry Everett pointed that out.
Middle name.
Ooh. Flash outside off stump there.
MT Renshaw, is it? Matthew Thomas Renshaw. There we go. He's also a Tom.
Yeah, Harry
at the top of the order.
Harry said to him, "Have you thought about changing it around just because it would fit in with the Somerset dressing room?" And I think, no.
No, Harry, you weird little man.
Brilliant to see Matthew Renshaw down at Devon in the 2 warm-up games. Somerset had down at Cornwall and Devon. I think it was the Devon one. He was in the All-Stars cricket outfit.
Yeah.
Pushed towards that man, Renshaw, in the covers. He was down there entertaining the kids. Brilliant in and around. Brilliant cricketer, which is really the primary purpose why you sign an overseas player is to score runs. But it helps if they're such wonderful characters. Matt Renshaw knew the value of him being out there, giving the kids half an hour, 40 minutes of entertainment. Probably wanted to be as well. He's one of those, I think, just wants to pick up a bat in whatever form it is.
Yeah, even if he's dressed as a big
star.
star. Yeah.
A bowl from Peter Siddle. End of the over, 4 gone. Maiden from Siddle there. It's a round of applause from this Cooper Associates County Ground crowd.
Well, they need wickets. Somerset, they need probably a few in and over, really. They need to create a bit of panic in that dressing room, and at the moment, with 93 needed, with 46 overs, there's just no reason for Nottinghamshire to be anything other than very calm and relaxed about this run chase, really. That chaos and panic in a dressing room, those few quick wickets can make, can just start to get people to play full shots, to start to worry about what they're doing. But actually, without that, I think Somerset, they've got no chance, really. So what can Brooks do? Into his 3rd over now. In the air, oh, it's over the infield. It'll run away for 4, just backwards of point. Still in the power play, remember. Somerset didn't make any sort of use of the power play. And another boundary to the total. 31 without loss, the score now.
Yeah, they've just got, it's a really, really strong batting lineup. You've got Slater and Hamid, who are just quality. And they're still quite young, but very experienced players. I think Slater might be 30 now, but Hamid's very experienced. Matthew Montgomery really liked the look of. Scored runs in the first game.
Moving across his stumps, playing this into the leg side. There'll just be a single there as Siddle comes round.
Lyndon James and Patterson White already feel like senior players in that Notts dressing room, even though they've not been around that long. I mean, last year, it was kind of real breakout years for them last year. And you just get the feeling they're going to be part of that Notts middle order for a long, long time to come.
Yeah, Notts always seem to recruit pretty well, don't they? They seem to be a team that can find a way of getting hold of very good players. Just driven, but not timing it really to Matt Renshaw.
Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? Because they attract some criticism for that at times, but you just think, but then as coaches, of course, I think all coaches would love to bring through 11 academy graduates, and you know, you'd have the Somerset team or the Nottinghamshire team have 11 players from Notts and Somerset, but that just doesn't work like that. No. And actually, your job is to win games of cricket.
That one goes down to deep 3rd again. just getting a bit of an edge on that big drive. They come through just for a single. If you speak to fans, in particular if you ask Somerset fans about the county championship, if you said we can be strictly, like Yorkshire used to be, we can be strict about keeping things very local, or we can try and recruit from other places, try and strengthen the squad to challenge. You've got to be realistic about it. They'd say that you want to challenge, you want to be a successful team, and that involves diversity and bringing in others who fill gaps that perhaps you haven't got from your academy, or that players aren't ready to fill yet, whatever it happens to be.
Yeah, and it's professional sport. Maybe it's because cricket hasn't been used to transfer so often, but there's no transfer system, is there, as in the same way that it would be at football. But you just got to look, and bringing in stronger players, the younger players can learn from those players as well. So it's a bit like Surrey. Everyone criticises Surrey for their recruitment. Look at Surrey's academy. It's produced so many players, so many homegrown players in there too.
Yeah. This one right in at the toes of Budinger, who pulls it out to Aldridge on the boundary. Getting on top of it. Reminds me a little bit, he's almost a Nottinghamshire Will Smeed in a way, isn't he? From what I've seen so far, obviously swapped around. But yeah, do you see what I mean? The power.
It's jabs, isn't it? Smeed is like a little. I was thinking of him as like a. You and I have watched him and Banton together quite a bit. And Banton's very languid, goes through his stroke. It's aesthetically very pleasing. Smeed is all bang, short jab. That left arm just comes through. And he just flicks it over mid-wicket. So I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Certainly effective. He's got 15, so Budinger. And Peter Siddle's going to continue. And he swatted that one past cover. Just almost stood face on to the bowler. Swatted it past Matthew Renshaw. A lot of power in that shot.
That looked a lot like Ben Stokes winning that incredible Test match at Headingley. That's similar to me, that shot.
There's hockey arms in it, isn't it? It's that whip of the wrist. It's so quick. Hand-eye coordination is brilliant, and the hand speed as well is so quick. He won't mind that comparison either. Pulls that one, doesn't get hold of it for a single. Ben Stokes, who delighted everyone on social media this morning by, there was an article that went on The Cricketer that basically said county fans are against any changes to the county championship structure. They want to keep it as it is. And Ben Stokes, England Test captain, I'm not going to swear, but he said absolutely, basically. He's fully in agreement with it.
Yeah. It's a tough one because he's also then pulled out of ODIs because of the schedule. So it is. You see how difficult it is for cricket.
Slower ball there from Siddle, yeah.
And the
schedulers. He's pulled out of that 100 tournament.
Yeah,
too.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's pulling out of formats because there's too much cricket, but also he's coming out in support of the county championship. You don't want to cut that now.
I mean, but there's a scheduling question as opposed to the number of games.
It is two different things, but you can see how tough it is for schedulers. And I know people say, well, we shouldn't have the 100 in there, but actually I think that still exists even without the 100.
Slashed away, and he'll get 4 for that. Ben Slater moves on to 22. Knots absolutely racing here. They're only in pursuit of 120. They've got 43 of them already, and we're just 5.3 overs into the 5.4 overs into the response. It's almost a T20 power play score. It's getting up towards that way.
It is,
yeah.
You'd be too disappointed at 43 for no loss, would you, coming to the end of the power play in a T20? Be all right.
Pace off there, outside edge from Slater, picks up a single.
But just to go back to that point, I'm not saying that they are mutually exclusive. I'm not saying you can, just because he's supporting one thing means he's in not opposition to the other. But it just shows, doesn't it, that actually keeping everything will mean that players can't do everything.
No, and I think that is the way we're going. It's a boring. I don't want to be laborious. I don't want to make the same point again because I'm not going to make it. In fact, because I understand the 100 is here to stay. Around the wicket, lofted over mid-on by Sol Budinger. Classy stroke, gave Sonny Baker no chance. Knew exactly what he was doing. Fielder was up, just chipped it over him. 48 without loss. Knots are after 6 overs. But putting another tournament in doesn't help.
No, it doesn't help. It doesn't
really
help.
doesn't help.
And that is the real issue with the 100. More than anything else, The issue is it doesn't fit into the schedule without meaning that players are overworked or overplayed or getting injured, or by impacting this competition here. So the cricket season isn't long enough in this country, is it, to fit in everything comfortably? And you're right, and so you can have the argument about the 100. The 100's not going away. Not for now anyways, it's here till 2027. So that's here. You have to work out how it all fits in.
And you have to work out how you're going to build a side to defend the 50 over World Cup when none of them are playing 50
exactly.
over cricket.
It's a really hard. I don't know how you do it. It's almost impossible.
You can't.
It's
you can't
impossible.
if they're not playing 50 over cricket.
No. Unless they're playing for England. That's the only way they're doing it. So we've got a change in bowling here as Aldridge comes into the attack. This one just played back to backwards point.
Well, Will Smead, as it currently stands, he will play a 50 over game for England before he plays a 50 over game for Somerset.
Yeah. Well, he's already played a 50 over game for England Lions. 2 50 over games. He's not played one for Somerset. So I guess the Lions could be a way of doing it, but you're not going to get too many games with that in. I mean, it's just adding more into the schedule anyway, isn't it? There's that one. Looks like he's getting a bit of movement there, judging by Davies, the way he took that.
But I do see it both ways. I don't want to just be, because I think it's very unhealthy. There's a kind of blind narrative that, oh, naff the 100 off, everything is bad. Like there's nuance in everything. And you've got to listen to, there's a lot of players as well. It's brilliant Stokes has come out in support, but there are a lot of players as well saying it's a ruthless schedule sometimes. The turnaround time is so quick and they're jumping on coaches.
Aldridge over the wicket. Has he got an edge? No. That wasn't far away. Slater trying to get underneath that, help it on its way over the cover area.
But then you're going, we're playing too much 4-day cricket too close together. Well, we're not playing any 4-day cricket for a 6-week gap in the middle of the summer, which would relieve some of that pressure. That's the difficulty with it.
Yeah, well, and if they can find a way of getting a red ball week in August, I think that would help, because that one is just played into the leg side. How you do that is again, it's an impossible job.
What was really daft was how they put all the blast in a block, and then they just put a couple. They basically just we need to get a couple of red ball games in there, so we'll just shove them in. And actually, and Somerset and Lancs, a lot of those players played a 4-day game, because someone like Hampshire, right, they win it. Steve Kirby made this point really well on our podcast, that they got a completely different bowling attack. If you've had 4 days playing red ball cricket in a really tough game for the bowlers, to then less than 48 hours later play a semi-final and a final potentially.
It's just carved into the offside. It's going to go all the way for 4. Nice shot. 50 comes up for Nottinghamshire. A prolonged applause there from the fans here. 53 without loss. Angling that one, really nice shot.
Yeah, very controlled. Control is the word, isn't it? Nottinghamshire have been in control of this game.
Complete control.
Almost from the first over. When did that first wicket fall? Yeah, first over, wasn't it? Last ball, the first over, Matt Renshaw went.
Did we get a 50 run partnership in Somerset's innings? I don't think so.
Yeah, 46 before you cursed it.
Before I cursed it. In comes Aldridge. This one into the leg side. That'll be another 4. Finding these gaps, making room. Loose bowling there, giving the opportunity. But then the batter did well, moving across the stumps, making that room. Somerset are going to be on the back of some seriously bad net run rate. It still seems a bit magic to me how they work out net run rate, but I know that this won't be good.
No, you're right. I think I'm with you with that. No one has any idea how it works, because these two sides had identical records last year as well. They were split literally by net run rate. I think they both won 3, lost 3, and had 2 no results. So they had exactly the same number of points. Was that 8 points? Yeah, I think it was 8 points each, but Notts had a better net run rate, and well, they will certainly take a better net run rate out of today. Siddle to continue then into his 4th over now. He's gone for 24 so far. I mean, Somerset, they just desperately, I say, need a wicket. They need a cluster of them.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
they need about 10. Yeah.
Yeah, 8 quickly might put a bit of pressure on.
8 quick wickets here, and yeah, it's anyone's game. It's just getting the 8 wickets quickly that's the problem. Yeah, Nottinghamshire they've got their eyes on getting home early, haven't they? Yeah, they're just getting this done.
Yeah, they want to watch the Commonwealth Games tonight.
Yep.
They want and get stuck into that. I watched some of that last night for the first time. Very good, actually. Don't know why I haven't. Round the wicket, Siddle. That's going to be a wide.
Those sorts of things, Olympics and Commonwealth Games, I always think to myself, I'm not that bothered by it. As soon as it starts, glued to it. Love it. Swimming, some of the swimming. Brodie Williams, a guy from Street, he was born in Taunton, he's from Street. He's won 2 golds now in the pool. He won one of them by 100th of a second. It was incredible.
That is fine margins, isn't it? Yeah,
Really
that's what I usually, as soon as it comes on, I start to watch, which is why it's a surprise I haven't watched any of them until last night, and I sat down, there was a bit of swimming. We missed all the cycling. All bowled Peter Siddle. Pete Spence, Slater's outside edge. Did you see that velodrome crash the other day? Oh.
Terrible.
Thankfully, everyone is just about, I mean, some minor injuries, but from what that could have been, there's that photo of the rider basically in the air, but in the crowd.
Over the crowd, sort of hovering over the crowd. It's, yeah, terrifying. Yeah, that was, what day was that? Sunday, I think, Sunday morning that happened. Luckily, there could have been worse. I think there were injuries, but they could have been a lot worse, I think, was the way they looked at it. Petrie goes on top Segway form.
We're getting tips. He's had his food. He's not hungry anymore. He's fine. You can see him. He's bouncing, ready to go.
Talking of crashes, this is a bit of a car crash from Somerset, or a bike crash from Somerset today. Yeah, it's not been the performance anywhere near the performance they would have wanted. They'll have a lot of work to do after this. I'm sure there'll be some long discussions and some watching back of replays and things as well, working out what they're doing. That one's played right through the cover. Sorry, it's yours.
No, it's fine. No, I just was thinking I'd love to know what the and things were. We're going to watch replays and things. What do you reckon?
Loads of other things. They do loads of other things. Pete will tell you all about it when he comes in.
All those things.
Well, you know,
he'll have them like walking the plank or doing
analysis. Oh God,
cutlass fights or something like that.
Or they'll just drown the sorrows in rum.
That's one way of doing it. We were saying we could imagine you coming in with a parrot one day, just unprompted on your shoulder. Beats the bat there. Siddle around the wicket to the left-hander.
It's hard, isn't it? Because the obviously Jason Kerr isn't here. He's not the head coach of Somerset, but he's not around Somerset now. You know, he's someone who would normally pick this up. Ben Green is not your normal captain. Although Tom Abel obviously is around because he's injured, but he you know, had he not been injured, he wouldn't be here. So it's funny, isn't it? The leadership roles here are also massively different. So how do you bounce back from something like this?
Test for Paul Tweddle, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Uppish, driven by Slater again. Half a chance, Renshaw for, but really it was way over him. Just lent into that one. Slater chipped it up. Knots going along really nicely. Let's have another look at that last boundary, one of many already. 66 without loss. Not Somerset's finest day, I think. There is a comment on, I'm just reading the comments, and the comments are always fun. Brilliant to have you all with us. 1989 of you now, to be exact. Although it's just dropped as I said that. But Hitesh has suggested Somerset should quit playing cricket after this match. That's a little bit over dramatic for me. I understand the frustration. Gloucestershire the next game, Sunday. Local derby up at Bristol.
Yeah.
Home to Durham here next week. Serious trip for Durham.
Yeah.
Serious trip for Durham, isn't it? That was it. Sophie said the Western Storm went up there twice in a week or something, didn't they? That's a long road trip.
Yeah. Aldridge continuing from the river end around the wicket. That was a big off. When he goes, Budinger, like you say, it's like teeing off. That would have been a rocket if he got hold of that.
Further than the first one, wasn't it?
Yeah. Guy nearly knocked himself off his feet, but no connection. So a dot ball is the answer to that, which Aldridge will be relieved with. Seeing just how much he built up into it. 66 for no loss, just 54 needed already, over halfway there. Only just into the 9th over. Aldridge around the wicket again, this one into the leg side. And they'll just come through for a single. A few seagulls circling now. They've got the memo that people are finishing off their lunches.
Was it the Lions game where we just had?
Oh, yeah, it was the Lions
thousands of
game.
them
Couldn't believe how many
descended,
seagulls.
didn't
It was the most I've ever seen in one place. Yeah, and that includes the sea.
We were genuinely in danger of the game being stopped to
Yeah.
shoo them off the pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. There were tons of the parts of the pitch were just covered, absolutely covered. Aldridge staying around the wicket. This one again into the leg side, just over the diving attempts of Peter Siddle. And it goes all the way for 4. Not too far away. It would have been a great catch. He's looking at his hand now. Siddle, hope he's all right. What an effort that would have been.
Yeah, well, it's going to take something special. That would have been the start of it.
These two look very good. I think Nottinghamshire have got a couple of very good openers here who they've managed to avoid getting sucked into the competition. They won't name.
Well, and I think less, because last year the problem a lot of sides has was there were so many players called up as COVID replacements or last-minute replacements, and hopefully that will happen a little bit less, because I think that was so disruptive. Even someone like Sonny Baker, who was probably never going to play, was called into the Trent Rockets squad, and great experience for him, but probably better experience to actually be playing cricket.
Fewer English players are playing in this year's 100 because there are more overseas players.
The Australians didn't come over.
Exactly, because of the rules to get back into Australia were too strict then, but now much less strict, so we've got a lot of Aussies that were filling up places that were filled by English players last year, as this one is back in from Aldridge. Just defended this time from Slater. 71 without loss. Just 49 needed to win here. It's been pretty dismal. I should think Somerset fans will be disappointed. They might have made plans to be here through till 6:30ish this evening. They're going to get a much earlier home time than that.
There'll be no dash for you for your train.
No,
bike.
On the car.
Oh, you got the car, of course, yeah.
That one's hit straight down by Slater, no run. Yeah, it's a bit complicated to get to Southampton yesterday. I drove here, for timings wise, didn't quite work with the train, so I drove here, parked up here, and then got the train. So then,
it's not an easy journey, Southampton, from here.
No, it's not. It's not an easy journey. I mean, it's not really a great journey on the trains either, to be honest. But you obviously don't think that Somerset and Southampton need much in common, as this one is just tipped over the head. In fact, I think that's gone all the way. It has. It's a 6. Is that the first 6 we've seen today? I don't think we've seen a 6 today, have we? That's the first one today.
Well, 6 and out for me.
Just helping it over the wicket-keeper's head. Sam, thank you so much.
Out for a little bit.
That. Sam Dowling. The score moves on to 77 without loss. Pete Trigo, do you want the rest of your biscuit? Pete Trigo, you had a bit of a stale biscuit earlier on. Is that staying here now?
Only if you've managed to make it less stale than this game of cricket. Grumpy, Charlie.
Yeah, it's not been good, has it?
No, it's not. And the frustrating thing is, from I don't want to sound like a beating the same drum from earlier on in the season in the Championship, but you cannot tell me that Jack Brooks and Peter Siddle are worse bowlers than what Somerset faced. But look at the way their batsmen have played. They've thought about how they're going to go about their game. They've stayed leg side, so any scrap of width they've been able to throw their hands at. The Somerset batters have gone back and across to try and survive, playing it with a straight bat. They put the Notts bowlers under zero pressure. You've got one of the best bowlers in the last 10 years in world cricket, and these two are standing there trying to whack him over his head, putting him under pressure. Somerset batters just stood there like sitting ducks all day long, and I don't know. I feel like individually, collectively, as a team, the batting performance just lacked any sort of endeavour, any thought process. It was just very poor one-day batting.
So what goes on then? I was talking about, they might watch replays and think about how they play. They think about maybe mentality. What do you think goes on then after a game like this? How do you start to build back and prepare for another game?
Well, I think it's over. No doubt about it. It's a learning process. I mean, James Rew played very nicely for his 48, but let's face it, in the context of a normal 50-over game, 48 off 60-odd balls, it's an okay knock. He played the conditions and he did really well. But for me, I know this might sound crazy, but Matty Renshaw was the only dismissal that made a great deal of sense to me. Prodding around, poking around, the ball wasn't doing a great deal. There was enough width on offer, but we were just trying to straight bat it. I mean, George Bartlett came in, walking across the stumps back, and you're only ever going to shovel the ball into the leg side from there. The majority of good, like you look at the way that Will Smead sets up his game. He camps onto the back foot, anything short he belts, anything wide, he stays leg side, and it gives him natural width to hit through the offside. The Somerset batters were going back and across and trying to bunt it like they were playing a 4-day game. And the result was that Ben Hutton, Chappell, and Dane Patterson could just bowl at them. There's no challenge. You have a look at the way that Slater, and Slater's not known as a massive hitter, but any width on offer, he stays leg side and he backs himself to whack it through the offside. Sol has played some shots that he's nearly dislocated his shoulders. But the thing is, what that does to the bowler, it makes his eyes go wide and go, oh, damn, he's coming after me here. So you put pressure on the opposition. It's just really frustrating. It's frustrating because it's certainly not the. I don't feel like it's the Somerset way. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't have talked about playing in that fashion. So for me, I think they need to go away individually, make a real clear decision of what type of one-day batter do you want to be. Do you want to be the team that are going to limp to 220, or do you want to be a team that are going to go out there to try and win a game of cricket? That's a decision that each player has to make individually as well as the team. I mean, look at that. What a great shot that is. He run down the wicket to a guy with a bit of pace and he's bopped him out of the park for 6. That's one-day batting. That's confidence. Whereas, I do get the situation, but the Somerset batters were under no pressure at the start of the game. They're setting the tone, but they just, I don't know, just batted with what I would say is a nothing game plan. Nobody looked like they were trying to do anything bar survive. So there's no pressure on the opposition. And we're going to have an early finish, but like I said, it gives you time to reflect. And the young players that are out there now, it's a great learning opportunity. Watch how 2 players who are batting with confidence go about their business. I mean, 2 sixes in a row.
Oof, it's taken a hole into the electronic school advertising board down there. Got a big old dent in it.
This for me is. This looks like a one-day cricket match now. This is how I would. Envisage what I would assume that I would see it on a. Let's face it, it's a decent wicket. There was a little bit of. Was there any movement there? Did we? Probably got to ask the question. Did we make it look like it was doing a lot?
And they've gone nearly at 10 overs. At 92 without loss. This is, brilliant start from Nottinghamshire. If they'd been batting first.
They would have played the same way.
350, 400s on. Oh, they would have played the same way.
And that's kind of, that's why I feel like, I'm happy to say it, because I know that they would play the same way, because it's got clarity. Any width, they're throwing their hands at it. So as a bowler, you feel like you can't bowl width. If you bowl short, they're going to try and belt it. So as a bowler, you're at the top of your mind, got to hit my length. I think the margin for error for the Nottinghamshire bowlers would have been enormous, because of the negative style of batting. But then again, I suppose that is the nature of the Royal London Cup. You've got bar Steve Davis and James Hildreth, you've virtually got 0 one-day cricket experience. So, and that is going to be the challenge for the Somerset squad and a lot of squads actually. Let's face it, you've lost your key players, haven't you? Every team in the country has been decimated somewhat, but. For the young players coming in, send them out there with a licence to thrill.
Renshaw's got 44 list day games, so it's not much. It's more than anyone else other than.
Well, yeah, I suppose that that is the big issue. If 44 is deemed a lot, you look at how many James Hildreth and Steve Davis have under their belt. You'd be into the hundreds.
Yeah.
That's experience, but the point is, I think if you're going out there as a young batter in one-day cricket, just looking to survive, you're not going to play much one-day cricket. I think you need to get in the net, speak to your coaches, find out, what is going to make you a good player, and it's not batting to survive.
No. James Hildreth this is his 221st list day game.
But then he nicked off first ball. So, I mean, experience doesn't guarantee you success. No. But like I said, Matt Renshaw played his dismissal was the only one that actually made a lot of sense to me. It was clear. He lofted drive 4th ball for 4, 1 bounce 4, great shot. Tried it again, didn't come off. But that tells me that he's got a game plan. Nudging, the rest of the guys nudging, nerdling, trying to battle through. Nah. Not for me.
192 list day games for Steve Davies, just to reinforce Pete's point there. So best part of 400 between those 2 players. Aldridge, and making a bit of room for himself here is Budinger, who he's just trying to hit everything into Devon, I think.
Yeah. I think the point that I'm trying to, and it's not a criticism, but Sol has played a handful of games. You've got to imagine where shots like that takes the bowler's head.
Yep.
This is the point I'm trying to make. How do you make a bowler bowl badly? Because all of these bowlers will bowl well if you allow them to.
Slater on strike this time. Just defending it into the leg side. Good comeback from Aldridge.
I know they're probably, there isn't a name there that shouts of an obvious different option, but send in your Lewis Goldsworthy in at 3. Is that gonna rattle the cages?
Yeah, we were both surprised, especially given the situation as well. It was the end of the first over, wasn't it? Again, dot ball.
But then I don't know the numbers. I mean, what are the missing players? You got Abel, obviously injury, and would have been 100. Smead, Banton. Am I missing any batting wise?
Well, Gregory, but obviously he's an all-rounder.
Gregory is an all-rounder, so pretty key performance.
Van der Merwe would have been in there.
But then Nottinghamshire, Hales, Clark, Duckett.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. We can't say that the 100 is the problem with Somerset because Nottinghamshire are under exactly the same issues. They've lost exactly the same number of players here. So, although obviously the Somerset are depleted, Nottinghamshire are too. Budinger is not someone who gets into their first 11. Although I'm sure that Budinger, if he has a good season this year, again, and you talked about these opportunities, it's a great opportunity for him.
Oh, no doubt about it. He definitely puts pressure on the top 5 batters in the Nottinghamshire team through opportunities like that. Another 6.
All the way.
Ben Slater playing great innings. I mean, this game is not going to go much further, but I mean, I know it's very hard to, imagine you can't change the toss and let Notts bat first. But I know that this is the way that they would have played. They would have come very hard.
It's not just a response to what we've seen. Yeah,
it'd be interesting to be a fly on the wall, really. Like I said, for the batters that are in the team, Bartlett, Goldsworthy, Ben Green, James Rue. James Hildreth and Steve Davis are very, very different points of their career. But for those other 4 that I mentioned, if the boys are back from the 100, how are you getting yourself in the team? What sort of player do you need to be? And for me, this is a great opportunity to actually go out there and try and make yourself into that player, not make yourself into a player that's not going to then be in a team. If you go out there just trying to nudge and nurdle through a power play, when the 100 boys are back, you ain't playing. And that's a brutal fact of professional sport and what it is to be a first class or a list A cricketer.
He's off his long run today, isn't he? We need.
It might sound harsh,
Pete
but
Trigo in the dressing room after the game.
I do. I'm very passionate about the club, and I've got a lot of time for the boys. I want them to do well, and it really frustrates me when you see these you lose in a negative fashion, and in a fashion that was never ever going to win the game. I don't know. I mean, times are changing dramatically, but a lot of these lads would have known that this is going to be a big opportunity for them to stamp some sort of claim into what they are going to be about as a white ball cricketer, and I don't know, just didn't look like any player was out there to get on the front foot at any stage. You've got to change momentum, because ultimately, if you're batting 3, 4, 5, you're going to be in after the bowler's taken a couple of wickets. So how do you change momentum? How do you put people under pressure?
I guess for the young guys as well, it's about working out what sort of batter they are. What game, what do they bring into a situation? Well, there's a lot of cricket's such a psychological game, isn't it? And if you haven't had that many games in the first 11, I guess you must find out a lot about yourself early on in your career.
Yeah, I think so, and there's a lot of learning. There's a lot of lessons to take from a day like today, and actually lessons from watching a good opposition turn you over. You know, it's going to be, you know, hopefully there'll be some honest chats about it. But you know, you go back to the Somerset innings, bar Renshaw and what he tried to do, would any of the Somerset players, if they had batted for 50 balls, scored 50 runs at 100 strike rate? No, I genuinely don't think they would. They weren't batting in a way that showed me that they were going to attack. And that for me, that's the concern. It's not an ability thing. All the lads can play, definitely, no doubt about it. But going back and across, that's like Chris Tavares times of one-day cricket when you're trying to get 60 not out off 60 overs. I mean, times have moved on. You look at how they decimated Peter Siddle. I mean, it wasn't bad bowling, it's just they took a chance.
Siddle was going with 8 1/4 and over. Yeah.
Clarity, isn't it? Anything like that, anything short, they're coming at it.
Well, that's a 50 for Ben Slater, highest score of the game.
7 fours and 2 sixes.
Warm applause from Somerset fans. They know they've seen some good batting here today, just not from the team they're supporting. And it's been good to watch from Ben Slater and from Budinger as well.
Yeah, lots of learning to be done for today, no doubt about it. Not too many positives to speak of, even the way that the field is spread. You got 16. Try and get a wicket. You're defending 16 off the next 39 overs, and you've got half the field on the boundary.
Yeah, they've just moved George Bartlett out right onto the boundary. It's completely spread within the inner ring as well. No one up close. This one goes over the head of the fielder at mid-on, and that will go all the way for 4, that one. So another one to the total. Another 50, this time for Budinger. So 2 half-centuries, both of them scored more than any Somerset player managed, which was 48, the top score. And Nottinghamshire yet to lose a wicket, need just 10 runs to win.
So what would your team chat be then, Charlie?
Well, I agree.
Forget it, move on?
No. Well, no. First game of the season, no. I think, the thing I think is just down the ground. That's a great shot. Just bounces inside the boundary.
Wow.
6 more needed. That was a great shot right down the ground. I agree with a lot of what you've said about the attitude towards batting. When you get to this stage of the game, I know what you're saying about trying to take wickets. I can see that as well, but I can also see from an inexperienced captain, and Ben Green is inexperienced, how it's got to this point. I feel that actually probably he's in a difficult situation. Perhaps it needs players like Siddle or...
Well, this stage of the game, in fairness, is scramble brains. The game's been gone, since 10 overs into our innings, in fairness. So,
but that attitude in batting is, and watching these two for Nottinghamshire has been brilliant. He's once again trying to make that room for himself. Only gets an edge on it. 6 needed to win. Will this get to the boundary? No. I'll come back for a couple then.
But I suppose what kind of validates what I'm thinking, because at the end of the day, I've opened the batting in 50 over cricket, and I've opened the bowling in 50 over cricket. I know what it feels like when you, before you've even bowled a ball, when you know you're batting at someone that you got to get him or he's going to get you. It adds to the pressure. It makes it difficult to produce your skill because you're under the pump. You know that if you drop a fraction short or you give a bit of width, you're going to be sent back over your head for 6.
Baker digging that one in short.
Somehow,
no ball.
Somehow, the Somerset players have to get that into the game. Otherwise, they will get beaten every game.
Yeah, and that was the most disappointing thing, wasn't it? That the attitude and the decision about Goldsworthy coming in was just felt wrong at the time and proved to be wrong.
I don't know about that. I mean, the more I think about it, I mean, it's not you know, I know Goldie's a lovely little player. He's, you know, he scores some really valuable runs. And I suppose, you know, the more we mention it, well, who else was going to go?
That's going to go.
At 3?
That'll be it.
The way that George Bartlett came in and played, if he'd have gone up at 3, it would have been the same result. If Rui would have gone up at 3, he would have probably, by the looks of it, got a better score, but he wouldn't have taken the attack to the opposition. So there isn't anyone. I mean, I suppose the fear is, from Somerset point of view, is how much you miss the guys that are missing from the 100 ball. I mean, I suppose from a squad depth point of view, is an issue, because we got nice players, but we haven't got any great attacking players. We've got nice bowlers, but have we got any that can change a game? You know, there's not.
Someone like
there's not
Craig Overton, for example.
You know, for me, you know, there's not. I don't think there's a spinner in there that, if it spins, is going to take you 5 or 6 wickets or 4 or 5 wickets. You know, it's going to, you know, it's a lot of thinking to be done, really. But I mean, today's just it is a write-off. Like in the velodrome, we've crashed into the crowd at a great pace. It's a shame, because, you know, 5,000 people have turned out to watch 100 overs of cricket, and they've been treated to
not even 50.
Yeah, to a bit of a poor showing. But, you know, providing that there's some conversations and they're in a way that, you know, makes the Somerset of a few days' time come out and actually be a little bit braver, be bold, back your ability. I'm sure everyone out there is pretty confident, and, you know, they walk out for their club side or in the second 11 with their chest puffed out. You need to do that in the first team, or you won't play much.
Well, there's a lot on the line, isn't there, as well? Careers, potentially, for young players. They've got, as you say, it's like a trial period. You know, you've got to prove yourself at this level to get yourself in the team, get yourself the next contract, whatever it is. So Somerset, with a disappointing, I think it's an understatement, a pretty poor display against Nottinghamshire.
I suppose we know how the Derby supporters and players might have felt on that quarter-final, I suppose.
That's true. Yes, that is true. we get a bit of a taste of our own medicine.
It was a similar level of thumping, wasn't it?
It was. It really was. So a lot to digest for Somerset fans there, who were going home about probably 3.5 hours earlier than they thought they would be today. Ben Slater and Sol Budinger, the only 2 players needed for Nottinghamshire. 50 and 62, and that was all that was required. 120 were all the runs that were needed. Pete Trigo, thank you so much for your thoughts. Really interesting to hear what you had to say about disappointing performance. Next game, Sunday at Bristol against Gloucestershire. Feels like a big game. Gloucestershire less damaged by the 100 than Somerset are.
Yeah, again, back into the pirate mentality. If you can't get up for a Somerset Gloucester derby, then you're in the wrong business. So I think it's a great time to play a derby, you know, off the back of a really disappointing day. I mean, it's a doom and gloom day. There's no getting away from it. You know, I know we are the Somerset live stream and all that kind of stuff, but at the end of the day, you know, you can only speak from what you see out there in the middle. The important thing is you get back on the horse and you start scrapping, and like I said, nothing will get you up for that more than a Somerset Gloucester derby. So probably really good timing. I think my words would be just have a real good think about what type of cricketer you want to be and how you want to showcase your skills over the next 5 weeks to all the young players that get an opportunity to play in this Royal London. Okay, you're not out there to survive; you're out there to dominate and win. That would be my advice to the young players.
Love that. Love that. It's just a life motto. You're not there to survive; you're out there to dominate and win. Pete Trigo, our resident pirate, it's been great having you along today with your 2 former clubs. You'll be able to say well done to some of your old teams.
Cheers, Charlie. It's been a pleasure. Been great having Sam with us. Oh, he's sorry, Sam's busy. He's just polishing off those Percy pigs at the back of the commentary.
Bought another packet since we last spoke to him.
So I'll make do with my stale biscuit. No worries, pal.
Sam Dallin, thank you very much. Pete Trigo, I'm Charlie Taylor. Thanks very much for being part of this. We'll bring you more live streams. Don't forget, we've got the Family Fun Day and the Beer and Cider Festival coming up here. So do get your tickets for the One Day Cup. Should be some fantastic games coming up.